This time I'll call the March 4th, 2024 County Council meeting to order. I'll recognize Watts Huckabee from District 6 for the invocation and pledge of allegiance.
Dear Heavenly Father, we just want to thank you for this day. Thank you for bringing the council together to do the business of the people tonight. We just thank you for all the people that are here, concerned citizens that are involved, and we just appreciate everything that they bring to the table. The Lord asks us to look over us as we deliberate your business tonight, and we pray this prayer. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We've got a big crowd here tonight. I want to welcome everyone for coming out to the council meeting. It's always good to have such public participation with us here tonight. Our first item of business will be an oath of office for newly appointed board and commission members. When I call your name, if you'll come forward and stand in front of the podium, our county attorney will meet you there and will swear you into office. We have Janelle Stevens for Catawba Mental Health Board, Carrie Tilley, York County Forever, Bo Legg, Catawba Regional Council of Governments, Donald Brown, Building Board of Appeals, and James Freeman, Newport Fire Tax District Board. Do we have any of those folks in the room? If you'll come forward. As you make your way forward, on behalf of the council, we all want to thank you for your willingness to serve on these committees. You do so without getting any paycheck, and you rarely get thanked for what you do, but tonight our council wants to thank you for your volunteer services. We can't do everything that the county requires us to do without folks like you doing that. We appreciate you being here and for serving. Thank you again. We do have several appearances tonight. Our first appearance, council and staff, to recognize Elizabeth Braden on her service and retirement with the York County Detention Center. I recognize Mr. Hope. Thank you for being here tonight, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
What are we doing tonight, Karen?
You're speaking on behalf of her, correct? Yeah, go ahead.
Go forward. Mr. Hope, you are on the floor.
Yes, ma'am. On behalf of York County Detention Center, we want to congratulate Ms. Braden for all her hard work and years of dedication to York County Prison, as well as help making a smooth transition from the prison to the York County Detention Center, and all of her work in 13 years, I believe, right? And we're going to miss her and wish her the best in her retirement.
Ms. Braden, on behalf of the council, we want to say thank you so much for your service. We do have a clock for you that recognizes your years of service with the county. You have done a job that not many people can do, and that's a difficult one. And Mr. Hope has given some words to you of encouragement and thanks. And I know on behalf of our council, we appreciate all the work that you've done for the county. And the floor is yours if you would like to share any comments or share anything with council.
Bring back insurance for retirees.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's all. Thank you for being a support for us at the detention and the prison, for everything you have allowed us to gain and receive equipment and all that. We appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks.
We appreciate you. We have staff to provide the 2023 impact fee report.
Yes, I have just one slide on this tonight, and that's to show that the Fort Mill impact fee brought in about $7 million last year, and the Clover School District fee brought in just under $700,000 last year. The report also points out that the Fort Mill School District impact fee is set to sunset on June 30th of 2025. So therefore, if the school district is interested in extending that or renewing that or creating a new revised fee, that they initiate that process sometime in 2024.
Thank you, Jonathan. We have county management to present their certificate of achievement for excellence in financial reporting to the finance department staff.
Good evening, Council. This is something that the county's been receiving since Beth Latham, and I think Beth deserves a tremendous amount of credit for this. The staff, when I first got here, I was heavily involved in preparing the financial statements, but not so much anymore at all, really. And the finance staff back there, if y'all would just stand up, I'm not going to call you out name by name. This is most of the finance staff down there, and Aaron works with us as well. Mr. Sawyer over there on the left, y'all hear him talk about it a bit. But these are the people that put forth a lot of work with cooperation from the other departments across the county, elected officials. A lot of work and effort goes into it. I used to always tell people when I present the audit financial statements, if you have trouble sleeping, read the notes. If you really want to find some information, read the MD&A. But there's a lot of effort that goes into those financials and work that doesn't get seen or recognized. And you know, when we got this fancy plaque this year, and I figured it'd be a good time to bring them to council meetings so y'all could see them and publicly acknowledge the hard work and effort they do in preparing the county's annual financial statements. I think y'all aware. I think the last time the county got an audit, there was a real jerk was in charge of the audit, given them the finding. But it's been a long time, and that was a nitpicky finding. York County's always done a great job of taking care of the taxpayers' dollars. And I want the public to understand and appreciate the work and effort that goes into that and the people that are doing that work for them. Again, it is not on an island, with conjunction with all the departments across the county and elected officials as well. A lot of effort goes into this, so that's that.
Thank you. We'll give you all a round of applause. Thank you for all your hard work. We do appreciate the work that are keeping us on the straight and narrow. We now have Tamara Edrington, the Executive Director with Catawba Mental Health, to give us some information about the services that are offered.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here today. I did provide the council with a PowerPoint, but we will not go through that today. I think you all do have it, and I've also provided you all with some pamphlet and some information. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. I want to preface this with saying this is not a budget request, but it is to share information to bring awareness to the services that we provide here in York County. Catawba Community Mental Health Center is a state agency. We are partially funded by the state, and we provide psychiatric and behavioral health services to York, Lancaster, and Chester County. We currently have 5 locations, 3 of which are located in York County, where our mission is to support those that are struggling with a mental illness. We do not turn anyone away for services for their inability to pay or not pay. We do bill for our services because we are a state agency. We bill Medicaid, Medicare, and other third-party payers. Our operating budget right now is $11.5 million, and again, that is 50% funded by the state. The remainder funding comes from generation of revenue through billing of services, grants, and contracts. Right now, we currently have a census of about 2,800 active patients across the 3-county area. About 68% of those patients reside here in York County. Some of the behavioral health, the core services that we do provide to residents are therapy services, individual, family, and group therapy. We provide crisis intervention services. We provide psychiatric medical assessments. We currently have about 15 board-certified psychiatrists that work under our belt. Some are double board-certified. One is triple board-certified to help provide the forensic services to the inmate at York County Detention Center. We also provide some auxiliary services to include housing. We provide job placement services. We provide entitlement services and benefits to help those seek SSI, SSDI, and other Medicaid-provided services. I would like to highlight our crisis services through our mobile crisis team, 2 of which are here today. In calendar year 2023, we received a total of 773 crisis calls. Our mobile crisis operates 24/7, 365. Of those 773 calls, 520 were calls to York County. Our response time to those calls were less than 35 minutes. We responded on site to 104 of those mobile crisis calls, meaning we physically left our homes at 2 a.m., 5 a.m., Christmas Day, midnight, to respond on site to the crisis emergency, the psychiatric emergency. Of those calls, 113 of those citizens in York County were diverted from the ER or the hospital, saving our local hospital hundreds of dollars for a service. Of those calls, 42 were diverted from referrals to law enforcement, meaning we kept those individuals with a mental health crisis out of our local detention centers because we were able to intervene and provide those services, whether on site or have them committed to a psychiatric hospital where they needed to be, as opposed to law enforcement. We're back to housing. We do provide housing, which helps support York County by keeping those individuals off of our streets and giving them livable housing. Currently, we operate 33 housing units, 32 of which are in York County. Those housing units support 68 patients and families. We support those rental assistants. We provide all of the funding for many of those. They're only required to provide 30% of their income. If their income is 0, then they provide 0. We support that. Right now, we are seeing an average 1-bedroom in York County about $1,200. That falls on the budget of Catawba. Some of the other services that we're providing are crisis hospital bed days to indigent citizens. In fiscal year 23, we paid $194,000 of hospital crisis bed days at $600 a day. $117,000 of those dollars went to Piedmont Medical Center, meaning they did not pay for the services. We paid for the services for patients that could not afford the care. Of our locations, our 5 locations, we only own 1 location, that is in Lancaster County. We pay a significant amount of rent for our facilities in York County. Currently, I employ 99 staff members. At our peak, we employ 107 staff members. Of those, 75% of my staff members work for York County, providing services to the residents of York County. An average treatment plan of monthly services for an adult patient will cost you about $1,450 per month. A child patient, $2,100 a month. And again, if they are underinsured or not insured, we recoup all the cost of that. I wanted to provide you with some information because many of you may not be aware of the community mental health centers that are in your neighborhood. So now I want to open the floor for any questions the council members may have.
Any questions from council? Mr. Roddy?
I just have one question, and I know you said this wasn't a budget request, but how much funding does Catawba Community Mental Health get from York County? What do we send over to you guys?
$10,000.
Mr. Audette?
Yeah, so I just first of all want to thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you.
I've had the opportunity to be in meetings, monthly meetings with their group, and I tell you, the impact of the community and what they're doing is amazing, but they need our help. They need our help funding-wise. You know, you look at our solicitor's office alone, we're averaging probably $150,000 to $200,000 of additional cost because of wellness checks not able to be performed on criminals that go back out into the field where they get off their medications. The ability for us to support additional will help with possible more wellness checks for the community, that when we have incarcerated or people with mental illness, if they go back out in the street and they don't stay on their medication, we end up feeling the effects of what we call mental health related crimes, okay? Solicitor's office would average $150,000, $200,000 a year in savings if we actually supported them more in regards to this. The other thing, and that's not even speaking of the sheriff's office and the revenue that would be saved, and on top of that, it would make our community safer. We would be able to keep these people on their medications as they need to be. So again, I'd highly recommend that we look at our budget and we help to support them further this year. So thank you.
Thank you. I would like to add, since you mentioned the sheriff's office,
Yeah.
we are embedded in Moss Justice, one full-time clinician, 32 hours a day, 5 days a week. From July 1 to December 18th of 2023, we were able to see 511 inmates, providing them with mental health services there. Of those 511 inmates, we provided 1,272 duplicated hours, meaning those 511 inmates were seen multiple times due to their mental health struggles there. Also, we did provide medication to those inmates there, a reimbursement to Moss Justice of $30,000 for long-acting injectables for inmates who otherwise would be off their medications and could not afford those medications. A long-acting injectable can range in price from $1,500 to $3,000 per injection. So imagine anyone without insurance, it is unimaginable and not feasible to afford that medication every 2 weeks or every month as needed.
Any other questions? Ms. Edrington, thank you for being here tonight with your colleagues, and we appreciate the good work that you do in our community. Mental
Thank
health
you so
is so important in our community, and it clearly is underfunded nationwide, and I know that it's a difficult one. We appreciate the good work that you do.
Thank you for having
Thank
us.
you.
Thank you.
We move now to our public forum session. This is an opportunity for the council to hear from folks in the community, and we don't speak. So we sit here and we listen to you, and we allow the first 15 people that sign up to speak about anything. Typically, I remind folks, if you have something on here that is a public hearing item, you can wait until that item comes up, and you are not capped at your time to speak. But if you choose to speak at this time, which it looks like most of the folks here who signed up did not sign up for a public hearing item, if you would please, when you come forward, if you'll state your name, give your address, and if you'll kindly pay attention to the 2-minute warning. If you look on the screen, it will go to yellow and then it'll go to red. If you can kindly cut off your comments before I have to do that, it certainly makes me not feel like a rude person, but I end up having to do that if in case. Our first individual is Vincent Blackwell.
Good evening, all of you. I'm back. I live at 3129 Sims Road, beside the property that's trying to be rezoned on Rambo. And I'm against the environmental impact and because we still got water issues on it, you know, and it's just with the small rains that we had, it backed up. The 36-inch pipe just won't take it out of there, so it has to back up on that property like it has been for years. And I really don't want anything there because I know they're gonna build it up, the property, put dirt in there, and mine's at grade, so all the water's gonna back up on my property, and I already have bad issues already with septic tank pumps and well problems and water issues, and I just hope that we can get this resolved, and I appreciate all of your time, me talking to you, and that's where I'm at.
Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
Robert Thomas.
Robert Thomas, 332 West Rambo Road. Speaking on case number 2347, rezoning from agriculture to RUD on the property that Mr. Vincent spoke about. I believe I have some videos. This is, if you'll notice the videos, this is the property, water standing on it, which is pretty often. This was after a short rain, kind of give you an idea. The concern about all this, with all the water standing on the property, is the blackjack land. And with blackjack land, water doesn't drain down, but there's a drainage creek there. And as you can see, the drainage creek, this is standing on Rambo Road. There's a drainage creek. Properties to the left of that. This drainage creek runs into Stony Fork Creek, which runs into Fishing Creek, which runs into Catawba River. And the concern I have is multiple septic systems on this piece of property. Multiple septic systems possibly seeping into this water table, seeping into the area, flowing into the creek system, and possibly some pollution with that issue. Also, the concern I have about multiple, once again, this picture standing on Rambo Road, just looking at the property, that's water standing there. And I'll get to, once again, I want to get to the picture. do we have the picture where the, showing the creek system right on it, the bottom? Okay, there you go. This is creek system. You'll see up the top, the little circle, that's the piece of property. And you see that creek system flows from up above there, it goes on across, it flows on down and heads towards Stony Fork Creek and into Fishing Creek. And that is a main drainage system through that area. And that's the concern that we have. This is a GIS picture with the blue line and the piece of property. And so the concern is multiple septic systems being on that piece of property, seeping into the water drainage system, flowing down, and flowing into Stony Fork Creek, which goes on down. So appreciate your consideration of this matter. I hope that you will realize with the prudence that it's probably not a good idea to make it multiple dwellings with multiple septic systems. Also concerned about the well system and the drain on the well system. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bradford Smith.
Yes, my name is Brad Smith. I live in Regent Park. You're considering an ordinance about the flooding, and I'm here to tell you it's very real, and I'm glad that you're considering it, and this is a good ordinance. I hope you're going to vote for it. I moved in 2019, and my brother-in-law, who's a very high-level hydrogeologist around the world, he said, I want to know where you're going to build this thing. Immediately called me back in person and said, you need to make sure that thing is 18 inches, the foundation of your home, above the cul-de-sac center, because this is a flood-prone area. And sure enough, he called me back in 2020. 11 months later, there was a flood, Ian, a hurricane that came through, and it just went right over the top of that and spread out and almost went, up to my house. It didn't because but he told me it was going to happen. He said, however, the people down your street are going to have some flooding. And sure enough, there was a guy standing there with water up to his chest in his garage, and he was right at the end of that cul-de-sac, right at that end street. So I'm hoping that you will pass that. Anyway, what you may hear from the developers is it's going to change the value of your home. I built it in 2020. I had it assessed immediately upon it. I had to do that. It was worth $450,000. House across the street sold for $650,000. I was told by my neighbor, you can get $600,000 to $650,000. That's not a depreciation. Houses are increasing in value, so don't believe the developers. But trust your instincts on this one. We do have floodplain problems.
Thank you, sir. Elaine Sweeney.
Good evening. I want to thank you, first of all, for hearing us this evening. It means a lot to us, more than you know, to be able to come to you personally and to be able to share with you our concerns. I, too, live in Regent Park. I've been there 16 years. We built our home in a beautiful area and have been thrilled to pieces with being in that area ever since. However, the contours of our land have changed drastically while we've been in this area. We have seen things happen to our neighbors. We have seen our streets overflowed, flooded with sludge and mud coming down that cannot be carried away. Whatever was put in place before all the development around us has no longer works. It takes less and less water to make a bigger and bigger impact on our area. And so I really want to ask you all to consider taking care of this situation for us. I have known people in my area, their only asset is their home. And if they lose that, they've lost everything. And water's the most damaging thing there are. So you'll hear a lot about water tonight. And I want to just ask you, please, to consider taking care of this for us. We appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I can't read this writing. I'm going to do my best. It looks like Melva Willoughby.
Good evening. I am Melva Willoughby, and I live at 2784 Woodridge Drive. And these are my friends, and I've lived there for 30 years. And in the 30 years, I've seen that area, because of the flooding, just go downhill. I would say when Springfield Park was built in that area, the troubles began. Because of the builders, they did not keep the aprons up as they were building, and all the mud came down in our beautiful little lake. And as they built up the stream, there was more problems. And with every building that they did, it impacted the little lake, and the lake, you could walk across it, and the creek goes through it, and now all we've got is a swamp. The creek is different levels, and this last rain, we had water all the way up in the back. It was at least a foot high or better all the way across. We were sitting in a lake. And the thing is, it takes out our heat pumps. It goes into our crawl spaces, and we have to deal with that. And then also, we have water coming down the street. So we've got water coming all over. And I would hope that you would consider this bill and help us out. Appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Saren Adams? I think I said that wrong, I'm sorry.
It's Sarah. I have
Okay.
terrible handwriting, so I probably can't read it. Good evening. So I'm here to talk about the flooding issue as well. I live at 2770 Woodridge Drive, and I currently live there, and I'm also a member of our HOA board. And so I've seen, like Melva's property and a lot of other properties underwater recently, a lot of crawl spaces. And my home has been in my family since the early 90s, and the flooding that we've seen since in the recent years is very concerning. So I strongly encourage you to consider and approve the proposed ordinance to help put an end to our flooding issues. And I know developers are going to try to convince you that approving this ordinance is going to be bad for our property values, but honestly, the flooding is the thing that I'm most concerned about. It's going to hurt my property values because of all of the issues and the mold and the things that can happen in your house after that. The flood risk is already public knowledge when someone is looking at a house, and even when you sell your house in South Carolina, you're required on your seller's disclosure form to disclose that you have a flood risk and if you've had damage from a flood. Holding our developers to a higher standard and letting the citizens of York County know that you have our back and care about the safety of our homes is a win-win for all. And if nothing is done, I worry about the elderly residents in my specific community and how devastating a flood that could have been prevented with your action right now would affect them. So please think beyond the dollar signs that the developers are going to try to convince you of, and think about the individuals that would be negatively impacted by the continuation of the flood issues.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Elvis Dos Santos? De Los Santos.
Yeah, my name is Elvis. I'm from Rock Hill. I'm the owner of 390 West Rainbow Road. And, after a couple weeks, hearing everything and talking to the neighbors, I know there's some concerns with the land, the flooding. Last thing I want to do is hurt them with that big piece of land. I'm just trying to follow some of the guidelines of what we can build on there. Saying this, we can put up to 3 parcels, great, but if there's gonna cause, flooding or issue, we just wanna be able to put enough houses on there to be able to, recoup some of our investment, right? But that's why I'm trying to work with my GC, my builders, with the grading. They're all aware of this, and me being an investor for about 6-7 years, the last thing I want to do is hurt anybody, hurt the community. So I want to do the best I can to work with them. So at least consider on my piece on my end, about this. So that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Jeff Burton.
Jeff Burton, and I live at 625 Heritage Boulevard in Regent Park. And on January 9th, my house flooded with 2 feet of water. We bought the house in 2023, and we were told at the time that it had also flooded in 2020. So we talked to our realtor and got some advice as to what happened, what caused it. We couldn't get very many answers, but we were told that it was not in a flood zone, and that the event that happened in 2020 was a 1 in 500 year event. So we felt at that time that it was okay to move forward with the sale, and here we are 3 years later, and it flooded again. And just to give you a visual picture, the creek bed behind my house is about a 12 or 14 feet difference to the slab that my house sits on. So for me to have 2 feet of water in my house, the water had risen 12 or 14 feet high. So it's been identified, some choke points that have, with the culvert underneath Regent Parkway, and then also a tunnel that goes through the railroad. So, and I know that some things are in place to get that, get those problems fixed. But talking to and hearing from the other neighbors that have been in the area for a long time, this has been a recent issue, last 5-10 years. And if you look at what has happened over the last 5-10 years, it's been new development. So the current ordinance, I'm told, allows up to a 12-foot increase in the flood level. And we're asking that the new ordinance have a 0 impact on new development. So we're just asking and pleading with you guys to implement that ordinance so that my family can have peace of mind to stay in our home. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. That concludes our public hearing. We appreciate all the folks that came out to express their concerns here tonight. We will now move forward with our consent agenda. Do we have a motion on that?
Yeah,
Move
we
to
do have a
approve.
motion with one amendment to remove number 10 for a discussion.
All right, we'll put number 10 as number 5 in old business. In new business, 5 in new business will be number 10 in consent. Are there any other?
Just clarification, please, on number 8. So it said that it's suggested to reject the design build for the dam repair at Catawba Bend. Is that due to cost? I'm guessing it is. Okay. All right, I won't bring it up now, but maybe at the end of our meeting tonight, I'll bring up a suggestion.
All right, we only have number 10 that's been removed. Are there any other items to be removed? And the motion is to approve with number 10. Did we get a second on that?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We move now to our public hearing items, which we have a good bit tonight. Our first rezoning action, rezoning to hold a public hearing and consider first reading case number 24-02, tax map number 74800000045, to rezone from neighborhood commercial to general commercial, 1.93 acres in District 5. Mr. Buono?
Yes, this application is at the intersection of Neely Store Road and Reservation Road. It is to go from NC to GC, just under 2 acres. So the applicant is proposing to establish a liquor sales use inside of an existing addition, which is not permitted in neighborhood commercial. Here's photography of the site. The red arrow that I have there is where the existing addition is. Now I'll say that the addition's already in existence. When the building permit came in for review, staff approved it and did not realize that it had missed a note that said it was for an ABC store. So the construction was allowed to go on, but that use cannot go there, but they're currently using it for other retail. But they are proposing this rezoning to go to general commercial for the liquor sales use. Staff recommends denial of the rezoning. It is inconsistent with the comp plan and future land use map. There is no other GC located in the area. It is located in a rural center node. That's that pink circle that you can see there on the right. And rural commercial would be a more appropriate district for this parcel because it would eliminate the non-conforming status of the gas station that's already there, but rural commercial would not allow alcohol sales either. By a 6-1 vote, Planning Commission also recommended denial.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions before we open public hearing?
So,
Alright.
yeah, in regards to this location, so has there been any communication of what else they may utilize this space for? Or they're just continuing to push for the ABC store then?
Yes, as far as I am aware, the applicant is interested in the liquor sales
Just
exclusively for the purpose of the GC rezoning.
All right, thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Ms. Roddy?
Is that liquor by, are those liquor sales by the drink or by the, is it gonna be a liquor store?
It's essentially the retail sales of alcohol, liquor.
All right, is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Good evening. My name is Emily Brown. My address is 454 South Anderson Road, Suite 211, Rock Hill, South Carolina 29732. And I represent the owners of the Village Mart, 2185 Neely Store Road in Rock Hill. So this is what you've already seen. This is a small parcel. It's 1.93 acres. And it is currently used and has been used as a gas station for quite some time. In 2021, York County approved this 1,000 square foot addition. The convenience store itself is about twice that size, so this is relatively small in comparison to the convenience store. And it is currently zoned neighborhood commercial, and the owners are seeking a rezoning to general commercial for the purpose of using this as a liquor store. It is not liquor by the drink, it is a liquor store that they're seeking. It currently does have a convenience store that operates out of it and gas pumps there. So this is the front page of the permit. As you can see here, the red block there is actually the county approval stamp. And then I've circled the place where it said ABC Store Edition. This was approved by York County in 2021. And then just before completing the structure, it was already under construction, county notified my client that he could not open it as a liquor store because it was not permitted for the zoning. And so he got pretty far through this process before he was notified of that. This is the front of the store as it currently exists. And then this is a view. As you can see, the other commercial parcel there is not developed. You know, I think ultimately, a liquor store does have restricted hours. It closes every night at 7 p.m. by state law. It's closed on Sundays. There's no consumption on the premises. There is already a convenience store that it would be attached to. General commercial is the only zoning that allows for retail liquor sales. So that is the reason that the owner is pursuing a general commercial zoning. And I will say that, you know, the impact of any kind of general commercial is going to be very limited by the size and shape of this property. It's pretty much, you know, built out for what it's going to be at this point. It's less than 2 acres. Can't open a movie theater on it. Can't do, you know, any kind of those bigger general commercial projects. This is solely to expand the retail uses of this this portion of the property. The other thing I would like to say is that my clients have brought me tonight, this is a petition, and I'll be happy to provide this to council, but they have talked to people as they were coming in the convenience store this week, and they have 164 people who have signed and given their phone numbers that they are actually in support of this rezoning for the purpose of a liquor store. So we'll be happy to pass that along to council as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak before we close the public hearing?
Move to close.
Second. Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to deny.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to deny. This is my district, and I'm actually surprised that we didn't have some folks come out here in opposition. My understanding is that the previous zoning code did not allow this use in this area. This is neighborhood commercial. This is not general commercial. When you rezone it to general commercial, it opens it up to a lot of other issues and a lot of other things. This is not inside the urban services boundary. I had a number of calls from the community in the area. This is not consistent with the comp plan. This is one of those difficult things where if we're gonna stick to our comprehensive plan, we need to stick to our comprehensive plan. Folks that make decisions about what they do look at that plan and should be able to rely on it. Our planning commission and our staff both recommended denial. In this case, I do not support this rezoning and don't see a way to rehabilitate it in order to make the use fit. So that is my position on that piece.
I have
Mr.
a
Roddy.
quick question. Can we go back a couple slides? The original one that showed the intent to build the addition was for ABC store. I think it was one of the first ones. Not that one. It had the permit on it. And,
It was Emily's slide.
Emily's slide. Yeah. And my question to staff was, if this is, go back, you had it. My question to staff is, if this is the permit, it was turned in with what we have in the circle saying the intention was to build an addition for an ABC location. We approved it, allowed the builder to get started building it, then went back months into the project and said, oops, we made a mistake. Is that kind of how we got to this point?
Yeah, that's a fair characterization.
I mean, at some point, we gotta be responsible for what we start and what we allow people to start doing. And if we have a oops moment, who's gonna pay for this? Because apparently someone's made an investment that now we're telling them, we didn't catch what you told us you was gonna do with it, and now we're asking council to say no. So are they gonna just have to eat this cost to live with a mistake that we made in the permitting phase?
So the permit is for the building itself. It doesn't allow a specific use. Now, they did state their intended use, but the permit for the building doesn't permit in and of itself a use. That's controlled by the zoning district. So the building is in existence today, and they are using it today, not for the original intended purpose of liquor sales that would require the rezoning. So yes, staff absolutely missed this. We've apologized to the applicant for that oversight. It does happen upon occasion, and this is one of those occasions, but the zoning code is very clear that the liquor sales use is not allowed without the property first being rezoned.
Could a CBD outlet be located in this zoning as it currently sits?
Yes, that falls under general retail.
And I'll make this statement on the record. When we make a mistake, it's fine, but when someone else makes a mistake that costs them, I'm trying to paint the picture that when we make a mistake, we should be held accountable for it. And obviously, it's clear on the permit what the intended use for. And I get what you're saying. A building permit doesn't fix or come with a use, permissible use. But we should have made note of this at the permitting phase and notified them that, hey, this is gonna have to be rezoned. Even if we approve the building permit, and maybe this rezoning could have taken place before they built the addition, versus now build the addition, now come ask for the rezoning after they've tied up, obviously, at today's cost, some reasonable amount of funds to build this. And so my comment to staff is, I don't know if it was on us, but if it's clearly stated here what the intentions of the use was for, we got to be held accountable when we make those mistakes, and just an apology sometimes just isn't enough. So just putting that out to staff that we gotta be accountable and responsible for when we're approving things that it works. Because right now, if they can't find an alternative use for it, someone's gonna be out of some funds for making this addition to this building.
Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, again, I do want to piggyback on your comments there. I 100% agree. In regards to this situation, how long through the process, was this fully constructed by the time you saw this, or where in the process was this identified?
This is a number of years ago. I don't know the exact date offhand.
Uh-huh. Huh. And what type of, is there any mitigation or any process we put in place to make sure we can make sure to capture these or make sure?
Yes, sir. So this is, as with any detail, this is just one sheet of many. And so when staff are reviewing a project, there are any number of things that they have the potential to miss. And we'd like to have a perfect record, but that's a very high standard that we sometimes fail to meet. We do miss things upon occasion. It's natural human error, and we try to avoid it as much as possible. This just happened to be one that we missed.
Yeah, well, again, I get that. My concern is that, and similar to what Bump was stating, that I think, when we make these mistakes, we first got to move forward with additional maybe steps that can be put in place to make sure that we can mitigate that problem next time, or double check, or whatever it is. I do agree with your concerns on that point. Yeah.
They're legitimate concerns. Any other questions or comments? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Move now to our second public hearing, rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading. Case number 24-03, tax map number 29200000007, to rezone from RMX 20 and GC to RUD, 16.38 acres in District 3. Mr. Buono.
Yes, this is a property on Blessed Hope Road, just outside of the city of York. It is a split zone property. The applicant proposes to enclose an existing carport. The residential use of the site is non-conforming and must be rezoned prior to enclosing that. Staff recommends approval. It is consistent with the comp plan and future land use map. This is in the municipal infill designation, and so we default toward the City of York plan, which calls for low-density residential, and certainly this proposal is consistent with that. It's also consistent with the development pattern in the area, and it would eliminate a non-conforming status of the existing residential use. You can see there the majority of the property is currently general commercial today. There is a sliver that is RMX 20. By a 7-0 vote, Planning Commission also recommends approval.
Any questions for staff before we move to public hearing? All right, is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Move now to our third public hearing item, rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading case number 24-04, tax map number 53500000077 and 53700000067 to rezone from RSF 40 to RUD 1, 2.45 acres in District 4. Mr. Buono.
Yes, this application is on Hickory Ridge Road. You can see that it includes all of a smaller parcel and then a very small portion of a larger parcel. So here is a close-up of the full parcel that needs to be rezoned, and then the small sliver of the larger parcel is that small rectangle that extends across into the cul-de-sac of the adjoining neighborhood. The property owner just intends to make this overall property one district so that they can recombine. Staff recommends approval. The request is inconsistent with the comp plan and the future land use map. However, the lower land use intensity is compatible with the existing area, and it does not preclude future redevelopment. And by a 6-0 vote, Planning Commission likewise recommends approval.
Any questions for staff before we open up public hearing? All right. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor? Do we have a motion to close?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
I just want to point out that we get a lot of requests to do certain things on certain pieces of property that may or may not be consistent with the 2035 comp plan. You know, you all, many of you that come and visit with us off and on, you hear us say it fits what we look to do in 2035. Sometimes we say it doesn't fit to do what we look to do in 2035. We just heard one that was denied because it didn't fit. This one, since it was such a low impact, it's going to be a part of a bigger piece of property eventually. But the notes here say that is not consistent with the 2035, but we are going to approve it anyway. And if you follow what we do up here week in and week out, you'll hear those terms that it's consistent or it's not consistent. And sometimes when it's consistent, we don't vote for it. Sometimes when it's not consistent, we do vote for it. So I don't want people to get to thinking that just because something fits the 2035 plan, that we have to do it, or if it doesn't fit, that we don't have to do it. And I'm speaking to those who follow us closely, as well as some of our newer council members that getting used to hearing and seeing some of this stuff, because some people want to live by the 2035 plan, which is not the gospel, it's not the Bible. We're at liberty to vote for it or against it each and every time it comes up. I just wanted to kind of put that little educational piece in there as we go through the agenda tonight.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We move now to item number 4, rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 24-05, tax map number 723-000071 and 072, to rezone from UD to LI 32 acres in District 7.
Yes, this application is 2 parcels of 32 acres on State View Boulevard. You can see there are a couple of office buildings there with large parking lots at the moment. The applicant proposes to redevelop the property with 3 distribution warehouses. You can see it's in close proximity to I-77. So here's what that proposed site plan, that conceptual plan, would look like in context with the area. You can see it kind of fits in pretty neatly there with some of the other existing warehouses immediately adjacent. Staff recommends approval. It is consistent with the future land use map, and the land uses are compatible with the area. By a 7-0 vote, Planning Commission likewise recommends approval.
Any questions for staff? Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Move close.
Second. Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
I make a motion that we approve this, and I'm just going to say, as a personal note, that's 2 beautiful buildings. It was Wells Fargo offices, and it hurts my heart for these buildings to be torn down, and we're going to get more distribution centers, but I have to suck it up and say, okay, it is progress. But anyway, I will not be around when they're torn down because I will cry. But anyway, so I make a motion, we approve this.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Move now to item number 5, rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider first reading. Case number 24-06, tax map number 27900000004, to rezone from AGC to RUD, 4.46 acres of a 70.5.2 acre parcel in District 2. Mr. Bueno.
Yes, this application is to rezone that small, less than 5 acre portion on the west side of Beamguard Road. The overall parcel, most of the remainder is there on the east side. So the applicant proposes to subdivide the subject area, which I've outlined here in red, into 3 lots of one being 1.42 acres and 2 additional lots of 1.7 acres each. They propose to subdivide the other remainder into 5 additional lots as well. Staff recommends denial. It's not consistent with the comp plan and the future land use map. There is no other RUD or parcels of similar size on Beamguard Road. Now, Flying Eagle Estates is to the west of the larger piece of the property that is not part of the rezoning request. And that does have parcels that are between about 1.5 acres and 5 acres each there on the west side, but those are all accessed by new residential roads. They are not located on Beamguard. And this could also be considered spot zoning. By a 4-3 vote, Planning Commission likewise recommends denial.
Any questions for staff? Ms. Roddy?
Looking at our map, I understand you saying that it's not on Beamguard, some of the other smaller lots, but they are in the vicinity.
Across the street.
Yeah. So it kind of makes it difficult to say no here when they're literally half, two sides is kind of surrounded by smaller lots. So this is kind of like right in the middle.
It is a different road. Jonathan, what's the timeline on that larger parcel for the plans for that? I mean, that's already been turned into the county?
I don't know the status of that subdivision. I know that's their overall intent with the full acreage.
Any other questions?
Yeah, any idea what the lot sizes are gonna be on the 75 acres?
Yes, sir. So we've got 5 lots here, and they all appear to be 13 and change acres. And the lots that are subject to the rezoning would be between 1.5 and 1.7 acres on the west side of Beamguard.
Any other questions before we open up public hearing? All right, is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor? Oop. I spoke too fast.
I'm in favor.
Okay.
I'm the property owner, the investor, the contractor. I'm Travis Boyd. Thank y'all for having me here tonight. Hopefully we can work through this. I did my first rezone in 1998. This is my 20th year in residential construction. And I do home building, construction, basically anything that pertains to construction. 70–80% of the people that we hire, employ, and contract, the money will remain in York County. They are local people. So the spot zoning, I get the spot zoning. Mr. Krashner right below, I know him. He's got a 2.8 acre tract. He's also got a 1 acre tract, which I have a copy of right here that they're not combined. It shows a 1 and then a 2.6. So his is actually right adjacent to that small parcel. Not sure what I'll do with the large parcel of land later. For now, I intend to keep it. That's why I haven't taken it before plat approvals or anything like that. You know, I've got 1,200 feet of road frontage on that small side right there. I'm not asking for 4 lots. I'm asking for 3. I'm not asking for shared driveways and split culverts, and, you know, I'm not crowding the situation. Without rezoning, as long as I get plat approval and I have my septic permission, which I have, I can ultimately put 7 homes on that piece of property. I can do 6 on the large side and 1 on the small side. So at the intent that I have at this moment, we would only have 8 homes. I just really need to re-secure some of my investment. And if you look at the parcel of land, it's not very deep. LH Hicks Road, I've got an email where it has been considered, it is done away with. It stops at my property. I get the spot zoning, but all these small lots in Flying Eagle, how are they zoned AGC? Those small lots in Flying Eagle are zoned AGC. If you look it up on our GIS, they show up green. And that, the neighbor below, his 2.8, the neighbor below him, his 2.9, the neighbor beside it with the 2.6 and the 1, they're all green, and none of them are over 5 acres. So I'm not really exactly sure how they are in the ag zoning.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, can anybody answer that question for me? I'd just like to know an answer to that question.
I'll ask that for you in a minute.
Okay. All right. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor? Do we have a motion to close?
Move to close.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
I'll make a motion to approve first reading.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes. So Jonathan, can you answer the question that Mr. Boyd asked?
Yes, so every parcel has a history as to how it arrived at its particular size and district. For the Flying Eagle Estates subdivision directly to the west there was previously a loophole in the AGC zoning district that allowed you to develop suburban style subdivisions. So that's what's present there. That was under the older zoning code, and that was something that council changed as far back as 2019. So that could not be done in today's AGC district.
Thank you.
But each one of these properties, though, they do all qualify for septic then by the sounds from what I'm hearing.
We don't make any determination as to whether or not they qualify for septic.
Yes, that has to be done before.
I wasn't finished. I just asked that question.
All right. Ms. Love.
So I've spoken with Mr. Boyd, and I don't have really a lot of issue with those 3 parcels across the road. I am reluctant to water down agricultural zoning. Worked really hard on that comprehensive land use plan. I did not know this was coming up until this appeared on the agenda. So, you know, it's usually kind of good to talk to me in advance so I can prepare myself for things like this. But, you know, I'm not also not real concerned with, 13 and a half acre lots. I'm used to 5 houses on an acre in the Lake Wiley side of the district. So when you talk about watering down, we're a long way from watering this down to that point. So what I see and live every day is very different from this, but I also look at this as, the people who live out there on 5, 10, 20, 30 acres and more, for them, this is watering it down a little bit. So I'm just not saying that I'm going to be real supportive of the next thing that comes up if it's a rezoning that breaks that down much less than what you're looking at. But for these 3, I think I can live with that and not lose any sleep over that. And I know your neighbors, and I think I would have probably heard from them when they got a card if they were upset with that. Yeah.
Mr. Roddy.
I'll just say, sometimes we try to lay out a plan, and sometimes we find that small nugget that allows us that flexibility or lends itself to us doing something that it doesn't say we should be doing on paper. And I think this is one of those ones that this is not going to change the character or the dynamics of the area just by allowing 3 more lots to go in. Just as the gentleman alluded to, there are several properties in the area that's below 5 acres. So I'll support you in that.
Thank you.
Next door.
Any other questions, comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We move now to item number 6, rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider first reading case number 24-07, tax map number 53000000013 to rezone from AGC to RUD 15.05 acres in District 4. Mr. Bueno.
Yes, this application is on Redwood Road, just outside of the city of Rock Hill limits, as you can see on the screen here. Property is just over 15 acres. They are requesting to go from AGC to RUD. The applicant proposes to subdivide the property into lots smaller than 5 acres. They've not made a definitive decision on how small for family members. Staff recommends approval. It is consistent with the comp plan and future land use map. The recommendation there is for rural residential, which aligns with the RUD district. By a 6-to-1 vote, Planning Commission likewise recommends approval.
Any questions?
You
Mr. Ray?
basically answered my one question I had already made a note, said, is there a plan to reduce into smaller lots later? You just answered that one. So, fine.
All right, is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Moving now to item number 7, rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 24-08, tax map number 44801011041, to rezone from RSF 40 to HEC 1.71 acre portion of a 7.3 acre parcel in District 3. Mr. Bueno?
Yes, this application is at 499 Carolina Downs. It is to rezone a split zone parcel. You can see the portion there in yellow. That's the area to be rezoned, so it matches the vast majority of the remainder of the parcel. The applicant's intent is to do some lot line adjustments to make an existing easement function. Staff recommends approval. It's inconsistent with the comp plan and future land use map. However, it does eliminate the split zoning status of the parcel. The parcel is already a majority AGC 1, and there is no new development proposed. By a 7-0 vote, Planning Commission likewise recommends approval.
Any questions? All right, is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We move now to item number 8, of public hearings, rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 24-09, tax map number 43000000015, to rezone from AGC to RUD, 4.84 acre portion of a 9.84 acre parcel in District 5. Mr. Bueno.
Yes, this is on South Fork Road. The overall parcel is 9.84 acres, so just shy of 10 acres, which is what the applicant would need to subdivide this parcel into 2. So you can see here's the proposed subdivision with 5 acres on one side, 4.84 acres on the other, and that is the area that they would like to rezone to RUD. The applicant, it needs to have a minimum of 5 acres for each lot. Staff recommends denial of this application. It is inconsistent with the comp plan and future land use map. There is no RUD in this area. Surrounding parcels are predominantly 10+ acres. And it could be considered spot zoning by a 5-2 vote. Planning Commission also recommends denial.
Jonathan, I do have some questions. No one's reached out to me on this particular rezoning request, but I heard you say before that they both needed to be 5 acres and they're not. So what did you mean by that?
So right now it's one parcel that is 9.84 acres. So the applicant intends to have 2 parcels that subdivide, and they don't have enough acreage. They're just shy, 0.16 acres shy, to be able to subdivide and to make 2 parcels.
So they wanted actually 3 parcels?
2.
So the total request is to put 2 homes on, one on a 5 acre and one on a 4.84?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and have they been willing to deed restrict it to that, or do they intend to add any others, do you know?
That's not a conversation we've had, no.
Okay. Any other questions for staff before we open public hearing? Mr. Roddy?
Yeah.
I just wanted to reiterate what I thought the point she was trying to make, that, hey, you need 10 acres to split into 2 5-acre tracts. You got one that's gonna be 5, one's gonna be 4.84. It's not like the second lot is gonna be 2.5, and it's a real stretch to get to the 5. I mean, it's like needing $1 and you got 95 cents.
Yeah.
You know, I think we're getting kind of.
Will you go back to the previous picture? I don't think the point is the difference in dividing that lot into 5 and 4.84. I think the difference is the surrounding area compared to that. So the surrounding lots are, what is the smallest surrounding lot? Is that all, those are all?
I don't have a tabulation for each and every lot, but the majority of them are 10-plus acres.
But
Yes,
Yeah,
but I guess what I'm curious to know, and this is always difficult, because, I mean, you guys have put in writing the spot zoning. I'm just wondering, when an applicant comes and asks to rezone it, do you say that spot zoning and be careful, because we're gonna say that when folks ask us that?
No, it's just advice that we provide as staff to the planning commission and to council. Spot zoning is not a determination made by anyone except for a court if a challenge is brought challenging the validity of a zoning decision. This just meets the hallmarks of spot zoning according to previous decisions made in the state on the subject.
Yeah.
So it's sort of a three-pronged test. They look at, does it match your comp plan? Is there, would it be the exclusive of that district in that area? And is it to the sole benefit of the property owner? That's the three-pronged test.
So,
If you-
so those two lots, rather than being in the green, that would be, what color? They'd be yellow. That would be a yellow.
It would be the lighter green.
The
And-
lighter
And not the lighter green on this map, because that's
But the next-
AGC
the
one.
next
It would be,
zoning
yes,
down.
the very light.
One
color.
would be green, one would be the lighter.
That's correct.
I mean,
Yeah,
So
that
if
was
it
tough.
could, so if it was 10 on the head and we could split it into 2 5-acre tracts, then what would staff say?
I'm sorry, what was the
If it
question?
was a total of 10 on the head
Mhm.
and we could split the 2 5-acre tracts, what would staff say at that point?
We wouldn't be here. They'd be submitting their subdivision plat. And they do have the opportunity to purchase additional property. I think they've spoken to one neighbor already that had the same concern, that they were not going to be able to subdivide their property if they so chose in the future. They're right about the 10-acre mark themselves. But I'm not certain about conversations with some of the other adjoining properties.
Well, if we go back to the one that we just approved in Clover, that shade will be slightly different color because it was smaller compared to what was around it. And we weren't levying on spot zoning on that one.
Oh, they said it. Yeah,
But they said it, but we had just approved it.
yeah.
So now, if we approve that one, and you're saying don't approve this one, because of the same condition exists on the one that we just approved, it kind of lends itself to being partial to this one.
The concern
We
that I,
just- We just approved one
I agree.
that's gonna be out of line or context with the one we just did in Clover.
Yeah.
Then you're saying, hey, don't do it because the same thing existed on the previous one, spot zoning, but hey, we approved that one.
Yeah,
We're
we
not
had-
gonna approve this one because spot zoning still exists, and we did $1, but we got
Yeah.
95 cents, and we're not gonna approve, so it's just kinda,
But the one in Clover was adjacent to similar properties on the backside. This one, I'm not for or against it at this point.
I
I'm just
think
trying to say that I don't think
I'm
you
just making
argument,
the point.
I don't think you got an
Yeah.
argument, really.
it's,
I
it's
think-
a good
it's, we're getting
I
into
don't think
debate, which is probably better reserved for when we have a motion, but I do think it highlights some of the questions. The concern that I have is that the density that's requested is no different than, is actually less than what they could do with their existing, the density, if you're just looking at density numbers. But it does create this hole here that I guess staff then from here on out will say, well, if it touches it, now it's consistent, and now you've created this big problem in the middle of this area. So, it's not without its problems.
Well, and I think we're,
What did I say?
yeah, and I think.
Well, rezonings are not precedent setting, but it does
Mhm.
create a problem when we have staff giving us recommendations. Are there any other questions for staff before we open public hearing?
Yeah, again, the only comment I do have a quick comment. I think we're splitting hairs on this one here. We saw the variance of what we approved just a minute ago. Again, we're splitting hairs here, in my eyes. You know.
Could I ask for clarification?
Sure.
I may have missed it, but we've got nearly two 5-acre lots, and I think that's the concern. But if the one lot is rezoned to RUD, that would allow 4 lots to be developed there, is that correct?
Yes.
So we're not talking about the difference between 1 and 2 lots, we're talking about the difference between 1 and 5 lots.
well, we could put some conditions on it to make sure it's not further subdivided.
We can't do it, it has to be a deed restriction,
Oh,
but
well, we
it's a
can do
fair
it.
point, yeah,
A deed restriction would cover that.
would resolve it, yeah.
So is the applicant here to talk about? deed
But let's get to public hearing,
Oh.
let's see if they're here. Does anybody have any questions? No more other questions, all right. Anyone here wish to speak against this request? please come forward and give your name and address.
And that's my old football coach standing there.
Good evening. My name is Karen Fitzgerald, and I live at 5277 South Fork Road, Rock Hill, South Carolina, 29730. And I've lived there for 31 years. We moved out there because it was agriculture, and we've got a good piece of land, and that's how we would like for it to stay, because most of the neighbors have got big plots out there, and we would just be concerned that if it was rezoned, that it would end up being a mini subdivision down there, and we are really opposed to that.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you for your time.
Hello, my name's Margaret McLean, and I moved here 30 years ago, and I live on South Fork Road, and it's been beautiful living out there with all the green and everything, so I am against this. I'd like it to stay as it's always been.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank
Did you used to work at Sears?
Yes.
I knew I recognized you. A long time ago in high school, I worked with you.
Hi, I'm Amanda Chapel Holmes, 4670 Mobley Store Road. My sister and I own Chapel Heritage Farm, which is a 227-acre farm that is in conservation easement. We did that back in 2008 to make sure that we maintain green space within the county. Our main concern is the RUD as someone being able to subdivide into more than one. So instead of the two, having potentially 5. So that is our concern, because if something could be subdivided, those lots flow down through our farm as well. So just wanted to make that point, and knowing that this is one of the pieces of property that is within York County forever and in the Nation Ford Land Trust.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, I'm Tommy Palmer. I live at 5375 South Fork Road. I'm the neighbor right adjacent to the property being considered. We live out there, just like it's been stated, most if not all of our neighbors have 10+ acres. It was done that way on purpose to keep it from being developed. Houses per 1 acre lot, therefore we like our community the way it is. Mr. Roddy, you brought up the question about what's the difference in the Clover one and this one. The difference is there are no sub 5 acre tracts in the area. In Clover, they had the other development that was the loophole that was in the AGC zoning that had sub 5 acre tracts on there. That's the difference. Nobody else has less than 5 acres or less than 10 acres out there. There's only one lot with 5 that's less than 10 acres, and it's a 5 acre tract, and it's on the other side of me. So with that being said, we ask you to deny the zoning request going less than 5 acres for a house out there, so we can keep our community the way it is. Mr. Miller did approach me and asked to buy a piece of my property so he could have enough room to build 3 houses there, so he knew he had a problem when he purchased the land, and I denied for the reason that Mr. Guano spoke of, that if I did that, then I wouldn't be able to subdivide my property with it being zoned AGC as it is now. So we respectfully request that you does not deny the zoning.
So he wants to put 3 houses there?
Thank you, sir.
They're building one now on a 5 acre tract all the way to there, and then they want to split the 9.8 acres that's left over. They want to split it to put 2 more houses on the less than 15 acres that he purchased. So that would be 3 houses on that less than 15 acres next to me.
So would it be safe to assume that you'd be okay with one house on the 4.84 acres?
No.
Not one house?
No, I want, the zoning says one house per 5 acres. So if he doesn't have 10 acres, so he can't put two more. He's already building one house on a 5-acre tract. He wants to split the 9.85 acres into two more lots where he can build two more houses there.
But
And
only
that's
thing-
what hadn't been discussed.
So the only thing okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Council, my name is Donovan Stelzner, 454 South Anderson Road, Suite 302, Rock Hill, South Carolina. I represent Mr. Miller, who is my client in this action. Originally, this was purchased as a 15-acre, his driveway was purchased as a 15-acre lot, and for lack of maybe 6,000 square feet, he could not subdivide it into 3. He sold one of the 5-acre lots as newly approved. It used to be, according to the zoning code, that you could have a 5-acre lot, include the street, include the right-of-way. This is apparently is no longer the case. This is the only reason why we're even here. The subdivided lot is for one house and one house only. It is not to build a subdivision other than just subdividing the 9.84 acre lot into 5 and 4.84. I'd like to point your attention to the map. There are 2 other lots. Actually, there are 3 other lots within this general vicinity that would fail the 5-acre test if it were done today. So there are lots of similar size that counted the street as part of their 5 acres that ended up, just being grandfathered in as a matter of course. We would be willing, my client would be willing to go ahead and covenant with the neighbors and would put a deed restriction that it could no longer be subdivided. That's an easy thing. We can do that. Let's see. So basically, what we're asking for is our 2 lots that would not change the character of the neighborhood. It would still be about 5 acres, even though it would be considered spot zoning under some interpretation. I believe it still maintains the character of the community. About 5-acre lots in this community when there are other lots that are of very, very similar size that would not have passed today had they been subdivided today. So, I mean, if we had the opportunity to purchase 5,700 square feet from one of the neighbors, we'd be happy to subdivide this and into 2 5-acre lots, and everyone would be happy. But unfortunately, that's not been the case. So we're asking for county approval.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak in favor?
How you doing today? I'm Dwayne Miller. This is my wife, Monica Miller. Excuse us, she has cancer and everything. When we first came down and we actually bought that land, it was 15 acres. We had no idea that the roadway was included with the 15 acres. With that being known to us after the fact of us trying to split it, because we're trying to have family members there, so we figured that we would be able to break it up into 3 different lots. I did go and ask my neighbors. I asked Tom, and he said no, which is his right. I even asked Ms. Chapel, who was here. I went and presented my case to her and told her what was going on. My whole thing is, I'm trying to keep my family tight. I'm not sure exactly how long my wife is going to be here with us. And my son just graduated from college. He's trying to start his family. So this is the reason why we're coming back for rezoning. I'll put any restriction that you guys want on the property just to show you and my to split it down below that. 1 acre lots is something that we never had the intentions of doing. So if you could grant this to us, we don't mean to infringe on your rights. We want to be native, right? You do love the area, and I can't wait to actually have my foot in it and then start from there. I want to cherish it just like you guys chose. All right, so like I said, that was our only thing coming down here. All right, thank you.
Thank you for hearing us.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor?
Bon Gilliam, 4500 Bookout Road. I've been a resident of that area probably for the last 25 years. I'm a licensed contractor for 30 years here in Rock Hill. Dwayne's older brother and myself have been friends since we were probably 9th grade. He came down, I'm trying to assist him. He's not up trying to change the lay of the land, the tranquility, the peace. That's what he wants. I don't know how many of y'all ever been to New York, let alone lived in there. This man and his family want a place to stay. They ain't trying to infringe on no one. I live on Bookout Road. We took up pennies for paving the roads 25 years ago. That road ain't been paved. I can live with that. And that's all that man's trying to do. I probably as a crow fly 2 miles from him. Man and his family. We preach family. That's what he's about. He ain't taking nothing from nobody. Nobody giving him anything. The road runs across his property. And that's all they want. They don't want nothing else. They pay a fair share. And my thing is, being in the real estate, if you build a $600,000-$700,000 house and you got $400,000 or $500,000, everybody gain. The county gain. The people that got the $400,000 or $500,000 houses, he building a $700,000-$800,000 house. I guess he owns his own business. You can't. It's a win-win for everybody, even down to the county. And we talking peanuts as far as land. That land was a friend of mine. He had 15 acres. People across the road grew cotton. That's their choice. That ain't gonna change. People ride up and down the roads horseback. That ain't gonna change. It's a gravel road. That ain't gonna change. We talking feet and the way we interpret that. Man want to build a house for his family, and we talking feet. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor?
Move to close. Oh,
Second.
We have one in the back.
You can come forward.
Richard Helms, 4670 Magna Store Road. My question is this: could the zoning not be, not trying to fiddle with it, but it is such a small amount of land, and I do know that in the past the property lines ran through the center line of the highways that the properties were adjacent to. Why could we not, with the commission and council approval, leave it as an ag property with a variance and go ahead and let this man build his house and keep it ag and not have to do RUD or RD, the change that he's asking for? That's my question for
Yes, sir. So it is not legal to vary lot size. So this is the course of action that is available when they don't have enough acreage, is to rezone.
Well, if he bought 15 acres and he paid for 15 acres and it was on the books as 15 acres, where did that few feet disappear to? I mean, it's just my question. I mean, if y'all can answer it, fine. If you can't, I'm all in favor for this man having his house. It's just, we don't want to see the zoning changed. It's not we're trying to deny him a home. It's just we'd like to see it all stay ag, and for a few feet, he's wanting to be, he has to make it an RUD.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate
Thank
the
you.
questions. I understand where you're coming from, and I think we can probably get into some of that when we have some of the council debate. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this matter? Do we?
Close.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve with the addition of a deed restriction on the property.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and since it's my district, I'll reach out and speak first. First of all, I want folks to understand the process. This process is not over today. We have to have 3 readings, and this is the first public hearing. Typically, we do allow first readings, especially where there are questions. Is there a way that we can solve this question that will help the property owner and the surrounding neighbors? I would like to have an opportunity to work with you all as my constituents to see, is there a way for us to find something that suits everyone? I need a little bit more time to dig into this question of spot zoning as well, and what that means and what the future, unfortunately, when you make decisions like this, it has the potential to have impacts on other decisions, and I think that's the concern that we really need to get our arms around. When it comes to the question that the gentleman asked, how do we allow this individual to build on their property that they bought and that they want to do for their family, which I'm sympathetic to because I'm born and raised here and have family land myself. How do we do that without creating these other unintended consequences? And I think that's going to take a little bit of dialogue. One of the only ways that we've learned how to do that is to demand that there is a deed restriction that basically says this RUD property, what we've been told is the only way to do this is to rezone it to RUD, but put a deed restriction on it, which means that no more than one house can be constructed on the 4.83 acre parcel. You can also limit uses, and I think the uses under RUD are pretty similar to AGC, so that is a way to accomplish that. So all that to say, I'd like to have an opportunity to see if there's a way we can work together. I have left some of my cards at the end with our clerk to council. I would ask you all to please pick up one and give me a call so that I can reach out to you. And let's talk through this a little bit more. Again, we have 2 more readings after this, and I would like to have the opportunity to work with some of those folks. We don't typically take questions after that, but if you will please get one of my cards and give me a call, I'd like to see if we can't work this out. Any other comments from council? Mr. Roddy?
I just want to go back and get clarification or verification from staff. What the gentleman mentioned earlier, that the road, the right-of-way going out into maybe the center of the road, which I think probably used to be done that way, the next time we convene, or if you maybe know it now, when did that change? Because it sounds like he mentioned the properties that were somewhere in the area used to calculate it that way. And I would be interested in knowing, when did that change to no longer take into account the roadway?
Yeah, and that's happened within the last couple of years. It is in my view, a clerical correction, because obviously if a road is in existence, you can't use that road to build upon. So you're discounting the density if you start including property that is in the right-of-way, especially if it's a built road. If there's no road, but there's right-of-way pending a road, maybe that's a little bit different. But I can get back to you. I believe it might have been part of RICO, but I'll find out definitively when that was changed.
Yes, I'd definitely like to know that. I will say, by allowing first reading doesn't mean that we allow second or third. This gives us an opportunity, though, to have some dialogue, and I think that's important to do that in this case. Any other comments?
I just want to say something briefly. I believe very strongly in the integrity of agricultural properties, agricultural zoning. And what happened where I'm from, which is Lake Wiley, South Carolina, you've maybe been through there, you've maybe seen what it looks like, and it's the result of this council passing rezonings for higher density. And in our case, we were talking about not 2 houses or 4 houses, we were talking about hundreds of houses. But when you start breaking things up in agricultural land, what happens when all of these neighbors come in? There's a cumulative effect to watering down agricultural land, and it scares me to death for everybody in York County who appreciates and wants to live in an area like this. We don't get this back, and I appreciate, you know, people wanting to build, people wanting to have affordable housing and build on their property, but at the same time, you know, there are a lot of rezonings. This is just a snippet compared to where I live, but there are a lot of rezonings that I wish we could go back and undo. And so I'm ultimately probably a no on this, but I'll respect Ms. Cox. It's her district, and if things can work out and you know, council sees a way for this to benefit everybody and everybody comes to terms with it, then I'll support that as well in the end. But
I just want to go back and make I guess this is more of a public statement, that and we heard it from staff, we heard it from the gentleman speaking, if we had 2 5-acre tracts solid, there would be no question, hey, go right ahead, move forward. But when you come up that close and we say we're standing on principle, that's a bad principle to stand on, because we're always going to find variations and deviations that we should do. Not that we can't do it. In this case, I think we should do it. If it was 1/4 of an acre, or for 1/2 acre off, I say we got to stand on that one. But when you're at 95 cents, you need $1, and it depends on someone building a home, and I'm not talking about going home with a bag of groceries, I'm talking about building a home. And we're not talking about affordable homes. We're talking about, obviously, if it's going to be on a 4 or 5 acre tract, that's easily $500,000 in Rock Hill. So to live and die by something that's so close, we'll probably turn down more people than we accept if we live and die on that alone. So I wouldn't dare turn down this situation if it's that close. A 1/2 acre. Tom, we don't take comments from the public at this point. No disrespect. But we have to be in the mindset of making things work and not always saying no just because it's in black and white. I would hate to be on the other end that close and be told no. But we heard it, if it was 5 acres solid, we would say yes, no problem. But I think we gotta make sure we keep an open mind up here, because we're not always gonna meet it black and white. It's not always gonna be spot on. So I just this is a message to this council and to the public. We have to keep that mindset. We have to keep that mindset. We always say no because someone falls just that short. I think that's a bad principle to live on.
Yeah, so real quick comment though. Jonathan, you mentioned that it was a clerical error because he stated he had purchased 15 acres. In the recode, there was a clerical error, and it wasn't. I mean, to me that's concerning, especially since he felt he purchased the 15 acres. I would like to see of how many other people we impacted by.
That's not a clerical error, Tom.
A clerical error.
Let him explain that. Let him explain
Okay,
that.
well, I would like to hear it, yeah.
Yeah, when I said clerical error, it's stating that the definition of where a property line ends was accounting for center line of the right-of-way in some cases, not in all cases. Some people, their deed said it ends at the right-of-way, others said it's the center line. So to clarify that, the change was to state uniformly across the board, the property line ends at the edge of the right-of-way, not the center line, because obviously you can't build in roads. You don't want to measure your setback from the center line of the right-of-way, otherwise you're going to have structures in the right-of-way, in the road. And you also don't want to provide a discount of additional property area, especially if you have a large property that might have an extended road frontage. If you start including the area to the center line of the right-of-way, that's more area that they can provide more density. So they get more lot yield if you start counting towards the center line of the right-of-way, which they don't in effect own if it's built as a road.
But the center line really came into effect when a road's closed. Then the owners on either side of that line pick up that land, just like alleyways and cities.
Correct. Yep,
So
that would
that's why
revert
it
back
was
to the-
measured to the center line at one point in
Yeah.
time.
Back in the day.
Right, exactly.
Well, they're still that way too, because there are
Yeah.
alleys that are closed and roads that are closed.
Right.
Yes, and at that point that the road is closed, then their property line would shift now to that center line.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I think, okay. Well, again, I guess when I hear a concern that somebody purchased 15 acres and was assuming they're understanding they had 15 acres, only to come find out because of an adjustment or change, that's concerning to me. And I think that, you know, when we see these things, we got to understand it clearly. And I think we got to really make sure that we're communicating that out to the public too, as well as possible. So, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, first reading passes. And again, please get, if you'll please get a card on your way out so that I can communicate with you, I'd appreciate that. We move now to our first item of old business, rezoning action. Consider second reading, case number 23-47, tax map number 52900000031, to rezone from AGC to RUD, 3.98 acre parcel in District 4.
We're gonna ask for one more deferral on this.
Okay,
I'll make that in the form of a motion.
thank you, sir.
Second.
Motion and a second to defer.
And can I say this real quick while everybody's making a mad exit? I see the gentleman who's here, whose property it is now. Good to see you here tonight. Give me a call. I want to try to get you and the neighbors together to kind of hash this out and see where we can go and find that happy median. So we'll defer it one more time, and if we can't work it out between now and the next meeting, we'll have to kind of move on and kind of kill this whole thought process. So,
Motion on the table is to defer. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Move now to our first item of new business. Council to consider first reading by title only of an ordinance to amend Chapter 155 zoning code section 155.937 temporary signs to modify standards related to the location, size, number, and permitting of temporary signs in each district, to modify the permitted duration of stay for temporary signs, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters relating thereto. Do we have a motion? We need a motion to start the discussion.
Oh, motion to approve.
Yeah, second.
Motion and a second to approve first reading. You have discussion?
where we at? Where we at?
I'll start.
Signs, number
So
one.
I asked for this to be brought back before, not back before council, but brought before council, just because we realize that there may be some things in the ordinance that need to be adjusted. I don't know if, do you want to talk about those things tonight, or is this just saying that we're going to discuss those things, or?
Well, I think the first step is to take first reading. If there are specific changes that we know that we need to make tonight, we can make them in the form of the amendment. Otherwise, I think the consensus was, let's move this to our workshop next week to have a little bit more discussion about that.
Okay.
Okay.
Are there, well,
Workshop it.
I think the only, how does council feel about this? We want to eliminate all the fees and fines. That's the number one thing. Do
I
we
think
want
if
to
we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it all in the workshop. We'll just talk about everything in the workshop.
I think that's
I
up to
mean,
council if we want to
Well,
go
I was
ahead
gonna
and
make some
start with that.
recommendations, and I thought
Let's go
you
ahead and do that.
suggested, okay, all right, so
Let's go ahead and get
then I'll
consensus.
continue on, okay. So, as Chairwoman Cox says, we'd like to limit all fees and fines. So we have, I think we, you know, I'm in the Lake Wiley overlay, and that was put in place for a reason. This came to light, because of some signs in the Lake Wiley overlay, and, I'm just gonna be real frank. I don't think people wanna see a lot of signs around all the time, and I think the key words there are all the time. So, you know, when we started looking into this, we realized that, there was there is currently a permit, fee and review cost that I feel like we should do away with. That's $50 for the review, $50 for the permit. And I don't believe that anyone should have to pay to put a sign up. And we're talking specifically about residential yards and not necessarily commercial, because I'm not personally in favor of people being able to put up 4x8 signs in businesses, because they will be everywhere. And I don't think that is definitely not what my community would like to see. This came to light because of political signs, and I don't think that we can differentiate between political signs and real estate signs and those things which by state law are not allowed in the right-of-way to begin with. Now, we all know that we love to put our signs in the right-of-way, but not for a long period of time. So these signs were out particularly 5 months ahead of an election, and they were political signs. And so what I would like to see us change is I would like to see us say that, you know, the maximum size sign is probably a 4x8. I don't know that anybody goes it much larger than that, but a 4x8 in a residential yard would be allowed with no permit for up to 30 days. And then the signs, the commercial would remain the same, and obviously would remain the same, that there are no 4x8 signs. The little small 18 by 24 signs, I mean, personally, I don't care if you put one of those in your yard and you keep it up for the rest of your life. I think there are people that have signs in their yards that mean a lot to them, and I don't think we should take that from anybody on their own residential property. Also, don't really care if it's 10 feet back. You know, in my district, 10 feet back means it's right at their front porch a lot of times, and so they're not even out where they feel like people can see them. So, I think the gist of what I'm trying to say is we would like to maintain some sanity when it comes to signs. People don't want to see signs. They probably like, you know, those political signs less than any. I know that I do, and so hate putting them out and hate seeing them both. But if we could just change for the residential side of this, I think if we change that to allow those small signs anytime and limit the 4x8s, most people don't put those in their yards anyway, but if you put a 4x8 in your yard, that would come down, you'd have 30 days to have that sign up. So if you're gonna do a big happy birthday, Mary, that's great, you got it up for 30 days, and then it comes down. And I just think that keeps everybody happy. There's so many people that don't want to see signs. We've got an overlay in Lake Wylie. There are other areas that have sign restrictions, but you know, I think it should probably be the same kind of across the board for those things. We have other sign things in our overlay that that's not relative to this conversation.
So just so I'm clear though, in regards to, so you would eliminate the fee in regards to that $100 fee would dissipate?
Yes.
1 month for residents to have a 4x8 sign at their residence, and as far as regular signs, those would be more cordon blanc type activity.
Yeah, and then if we all go out and put them out in the right of way, right, you know, 2 weeks is normally standard, or 30
Right.
days for an election. Listen, the county can't keep up with that anyway, so I think we'll all be
Yeah.
fine putting them out there.
Well,
You know, I'm not. We've always done it. It's
Yeah.
just, you know, kind of historical, and I don't think anybody's got a problem with that.
Yeah, I also think though, you know, a business, because there's businesses that will represent, that will put signs out for candidates. You know, I think that's important that they have the ability to do that, and put out a sign, a 4x8, if they choose to for 1 month too. I don't want to restrict the businesses too to have that up.
So here's the issue I think we have with that, is that you're talking about political signs, but there are other signs that they would also be able to put up for 30 days that you may or may not want to see up. And so it's not limited to, well, I'll just say this, for the Lake Wylie overlay, I'd like to keep it to the changes to the residential. And then if the rest of the county is okay with a 4x8 sign of any type for 30 days, then I would support that for the rest
I'm
of the
thinking
county.
only for political.
You can't differentiate, you can't
You
exempt
can
political.
limit it to temporary sign.
Temporary.
Right.
Yeah.
So why don't, Mr. Roddy?
I would caution us of putting things in place that we can't truly enforce, because I may want to put a 4x8 in my yard this month, wait 2 more months, put another sign up for another 30 days. Are we saying 30 days in a calendar year? Are we saying 30 days during political cycle? Are we saying, you know, it's going to be hard for us to enforce this. And we all know rules are only for people who are going to follow.
I don't think it's enforced unless they get, you know, the county's pretty much reactive, so they're not gonna enforce anything.
Well,
This
why
wouldn't even be, we wouldn't even be having this conversation if those signs had not been put out 5 months early. So everybody would have continued on
But
as
why
we were.
But why are we having that discussion if it's something that we're not going to enforce? Are we just doing this
Because
to make
if-
it feel good?
No,
Are
I
we sending a
don't think
message
so.
to one particular person or 2 people?
Yeah, what signs
No.
are we referring to?
The 4x8s,
Who put them out? Where are they located?
which, you talking about the ones that were in
Well, yeah,
violation?
What brought us here today?
So we have a candidate in one
So this
area
is-
who put out signs 5 months ahead of an
So
election.
this, I don't wanna do anything or make
And the
any-
county got complaints.
Okay.
It was more about complaints.
Okay.
It wasn't, you know.
But I don't wanna do anything that's politically driven. This, if we're making an ordinance change because it affects 365 days a year, okay, but I don't wanna come in here and make changes just because someone put out a political sign.
Well,
That
the-
makes the change politically driven and not saying we're protecting the character of a community or district or county. If a business would've put those same signs up, we wouldn't be here. But since it's a political sign that brought us here, I think it's not the right move to do it based on a candidate putting something out politically.
But what happened is, those signs, people complained about those signs, and 3 of us in the Lake Wiley area, 2 who haven't even filed for office, have got notices that they couldn't put the signs up and that we needed a permit. And that's what alerted us to the fact that anyone putting up a 4x8 sign would have to pay $100 for a permit. So that's the number one thing to maybe, I mean, we weren't aware that that was part of the ordinance.
And I think we're on slippery slopes when we start talking about what's going on in the political world, and we're making changes around that up here with candidates who are gonna be running. I think we're on a slippery slope, making those or highlighting those things.
If you leave it the way it
Apparently,
is.
they're already enforced, and they're being enforced differently than
Yeah,
they
then
were
we need to
before.
change it.
So we've got to have some discussion about this. It sounds to me like council's unanimously in favor of eliminating all fees. Nobody should have to pay
Yeah. Yeah.
any money to put a sign in their yard or on their private property.
Right.
I think that we're also saying you shouldn't be able to restrict anything smaller than that, and on your, Mr. Madden keeps waving me down.
You're eliminating fines and permit fees, correct?
So there are no fines or fees in the temporary sign provisions. The lever there is whether or not to require a permit. So I believe what you're driving at is to exempt permitting, because that would eliminate a review and a fee for the sign itself.
That's something that was entirely new in Recode, was the permit requirement and the fee requirement.
It's very complicated. Some signs required permits both prior to Recode and after Recode. Some required permits in Recode, but not prior to.
So I think what I heard council saying is temporary signs should not require a permit,
They should.
Permit.
period.
fee.
They should.
Right.
So, that's at least one thing that we can all agree on. Why don't we make a motion to amend the current motion to at least reflect that? That'll get us one step closer.
Okay, so I make a motion. Okay, so I make a motion to approve. Let's see, how am I wording that? It's almost like a double negative. How am I-
You just need to amend. You've made the motion. to
Okay, so I just want to amend my motion to reflect that we would like to remove the permitting from the 4x8 signs.
And fees though, right? Right.
And what,
Any fees.
fees.
It's all connected to permitting.
So-
We'll start with that. Do we have a second? Who was
Second.
this?
Second.
All right, we'll start with that. We will take this up at our workshop next week. It's actually on the 12th, and we can flesh this out and figure out where the majority is on the other and figure out where the other problems lie. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Move now to item number 2, council to consider first reading of an ordinance to amend the York County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 151, flood damage prevention, to amend and adopt higher standards above the National Flood Insurance Program's minimum standards based on a no adverse impact approach to floodplain management, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters related thereto.
motion to
Are we
approve?
going to get some information first, or?
Yes.
All right. Mr.
I'm
Bynum.
ready to approve it.
Bear with us just a moment. So it's been a couple months since we've last discussed this. Go. So there are 2 ordinances before you tonight. So I'll discuss that in detail, and I'll go over the first one that you just read out, Madam Chair. So the reason that we're discussing these events, these ordinances, are because of events that unfolded, such as the one on January 9th. So 3 days prior, there was a regional rainfall of over an inch, and just 3 days later, there was regional rainfall of 2.5 inches, and rain is not uniform, so it was as high as 3.5 inches almost in Tega Cay. So here's some photos of how that affected the Regent Park community. You can see the water's pretty high, it's everywhere. You can't see much of the ground in most places. But this is not a problem that's distinct to Regent Park. So here's Palmetto West subdivision. There's some folks that have had flooding issues for years out there in that neighborhood. You can see it's making its way into the basement of some of these properties. These are our other areas of the county in the west. There's the Larn Glen subdivision. There's South Carolina 324, Fayring Road, and Apple Road. Those are some of the pictures that we received from folks in the community that reached out to our stormwater folks to ask for some assistance. So when we discussed this ordinance previously, it was one piece, and we heard a lot of the concern about mapping, and most of the concern seemed to be revolving around adding additional mapping to the county code. So we've gone ahead and split the ordinance into two components, one being the no adverse impact policy approach, and the other being just the map adoption themselves. So the ordinance that's before you first is the no adverse impact approach. And here are the three goals of those changes in that ordinance. The first is to protect existing development from new development exclusively in the floodplain. We're not talking about all new development. We're just regulating here development that is in the floodplain. The second goal is to decrease the potential for damaging floods in new developments. So not just impacting the neighbors, but also making sure that they are safe in and of themselves, those new developments. And the third goal is to increase the flood insurance discount for county residents by raising our CRS class. And just to address that last goal briefly, the county has, because of our floodplain management program, that we have adopted, we are assigned a CRS class, and that provides a premium discount for all of the policyholders in the county that have flood insurance. So here in 2017, the county had 105 policies protecting $26 million in value. In 2023, that number raised pretty significantly to 241 policies protecting $74 million in value. Now, we've estimated based on the number of structures and the number of policies that less than 30% of all structures that are located in the FEMA floodplain are covered by flood insurance. And by the national program, they are required to have flood insurance. So that is only to say that that 241 number of policies that we have today should be significantly higher and will continue to grow as more property owners purchase flood insurance. So our current CRS rating is 8, so that gives all policyholders a 10% discount on their premiums. The higher you go, the better your floodplain management program, the better the discount that our county policyholders receive. So here's the no adverse impact philosophy. It's really just an approach to floodplain management, and that reduces the impact of a new development on neighboring properties and communities. It aims to prevent the development actions of one single property owner from impinging the rights of all the others while simultaneously reducing the flood losses across the board. So I think we had a lot of discussion both in the workshop and at the original first reading. So I did want to state what this ordinance does not do. This ordinance does not adopt any new maps. This ordinance does not expand the FEMA floodplain. It does not require anyone to purchase flood insurance. It does not require the county to buy out flood-prone property. There was a statement made that was something that the city of Rock Hill had to do when they adopted something similar. That was an optional program that they created themselves. That is not in this ordinance. It does not prohibit development in floodplains. It does not prohibit storing typical household lawn chemicals in floodplains. I'll cover that in more detail in a second. It does not apply any requirements, any of these requirements in the ordinance itself outside of floodplain. So here's what the ordinance does do, and I've limited it to just this one slide. So it changes the floodplain permit because you are required to have a floodplain permit if you do work in the floodplain today. That's not changed. you would have to add a certification of no adverse impact from a South Carolina engineer. And that's a statement that they would stamp saying, this development that is in the floodplain is not going to cause an adverse impact in regards to flooding to the neighboring properties that are in that same floodplain. It would prohibit new critical development from locating in the 500-year floodplain. So that's things like your utility power plants, your waste management plants, your schools, large hospitals, public safety, elder care facilities, things of that sensitive nature, such that if there is a flooding event on a property like that, we're talking about the loss of human life, a much higher propensity for a loss of human life. It establishes a 2-foot freeboard requirement and 3 foot for critical development. And just to briefly illustrate freeboard, you can see in the top image, the channel, the normal stage of that channel is in the dark blue at the very bottom of that image. The lighter blue that raises a lot higher is that base flood elevation of the 100-year floodplain. And what freeboard says is that if you are going to build in the floodplain and you are going to be in that base flood elevation, that you either need to raise your structure or flood-proof it such that you're covered 2 feet above where that flood is going to happen at the 100-year event. So that protects your property from damage if there is a 100-year event, if you have that freeboard. So it would require an equivalent compensatory storage when fill is added to the floodplain. So this is also helpful to have the visual image to go along with this. So if you look at the bottom image, on the right-hand side, you have fill being added to the floodplain. So we're adding dirt and other fill into the floodplain, so there is less volume for that water to be stored when there's a flood event. So if you fill that in, the water is going to go somewhere else. It's going to go on flood your neighbor's properties. So you would need to provide an equivalent cut somewhere else to make sure that that volume is maintained and you're not making it worse for your neighbors. So the stored hazardous materials would just need to meet that freeboard requirement. And the volumes that we're talking about, it's not your spray can of Raid in the backyard in your shed. We're talking about the minimum required to trigger this requirement would be 75,000 gallons of gasoline. So we're really talking about an industrial manufacturing storage of these materials in large quantities that should not be in the floodplain. Downstream developments would require a dam breach analysis. So in the event a dam fails, you want to make sure that you're planning for that when you're developing a project, or if you are proposing to add a new dam, that you're accounting for the potential failure on your downstream developments. The FEMA CLOMAR would be required if a development raises a base flood elevation. So what that means is currently, if you build in the floodplain and you don't raise the base flood elevation more than a foot, you don't have to tell FEMA. You just do it. And so there's a cumulative effect to that. So if I start doing it, my neighbor does it, my neighbor does it, their neighbor does it. Now we're all raising that base flood elevation so that where a flood event might have water creeping up my driveway, over time, we've all added into the floodplain and now it's in my kitchen. Right, so that's what we're seeking to assist with there. And the last piece of this is it would allow for the use of fill to restore stream banks to their natural recorded condition. That's all I have.
So can you move back a couple slides? I want to take a look at something when you first. Yeah, one forward. Keep going right there. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot to unpack here. So are you, when you look at this, and you have an existing property, so for example, if you're in a development, you have development that's around you that's already matured and they're already developed out, right? Looking through this here, I do not see where, but yet there's still flooding issues, right? There's flooding issues. I don't see any teeth in this thing to say, well, the development that's causing the flooding issue we're gonna have some power to go ahead and address that existing issue. This is only for, really for future growth, in essence, right?
Yes, sir. This would this ordinance will not seek to correct existing problems. It would just seek to not replicate a lot of the problems that are happening in Regent Park elsewhere across the county.
The second thing on this thing is that, can you go forward to your last slide you showed? Here, I just got a couple questions here. It says FEMA, what is that, clone required? Is that is that like a document?
Yeah, it's a certified letter of map revision. You're basically asking FEMA for permission to alter the floodplain and the base flood elevation.
So everybody, any homes that get put into this area, this zoning area, or whatever, however you want to frame it, they're going to have to build X number of feet above the 100-foot level, flood level, correct? If they want to add in a shed, okay, and they put that shed on their property, does that property, that then has to be 2 feet above the 100-foot plane? If it's not, then they have to open up part of their property to absorb or put a spillway in. And the second thing is this FEMA clone. Every time somebody is labeled, or any home, not a development, but each individual home would have this kind of label applied to it, they would be also required to submit some type of FEMA document also, along with the requirement with the town to get a permit just to put, say, a shed into their property?
Yes, so right now the way it works is you would submit your floodplain permit, and if you were not raising that base flood elevation by more than a foot, you did not need to receive the FEMA CLOMAR on top of the floodplain permit. The change here would be that if you are raising that base flood elevation, that you would need to get that letter also. And I'll say that building in the floodplain is a relatively uncommon approach to development. Not to say that people don't do it, because some properties, that's the best way you have to make value out of that property. And so this ordinance would still allow you to do that. There are just some additional steps that the ordinance is asking them to take to protect the neighbors from flooding that their development might cause.
So, but again, each individual home would be required under that if they're in this overlay, right? Each individual home would be required to make these adjustments. So if you put in a shed, what would you do? Factor the square footage of the roof and say it's going to lose that much absorption, so you have to offset it? Or how I mean...
It would, if you're impacting the volume of storage in the floodplain.
Right.
So
that's an absorption rate into the ground then, correct?
Water storage.
Yeah, it's the water storage. It's not the square footage or the overall footprint. It's the, so typically when you're looking at a building, you're looking at the footprint overall, so that's where the roof comes into play, things like that, GFA, but really we're talking about the volume of the structure itself that you are putting into the floodplain that creates the need for the storage.
So it's right, because you can't absorb into a roof, so you're
That's
right, exactly. So I can see where this could benefit a place like Regent Park. I know that there's some undeveloped properties there that a developer, you know, I could see where downstream they would benefit from this. Can we make this this motion just for Regent Park? This first.
So we'd have to evaluate the severable components of the ordinance to accommodate a change like that. There are a lot of changes to definitions that would be applicable across the board, a lot of them clerical, a lot of them to match the FEMA floodplain manager's language. But in terms of new standards like this, you might be able to, it would take a substantial overhaul of the text we've already prepared, but that's something we could look into analyzing, accommodating a change like that.
Madam Chair, if I may comment, I want to thank staff for giving me a chance to meet with them last Wednesday to talk through this. I was thankful for that time. I think it's important to note that this ordinance doesn't fix the problem. So if we have 2 more weeks of rain like we had, the houses are going to flood even if we pass this ordinance. This ordinance does nothing for Regent Park or the Rambo Road area, you're still gonna have flooding. So I don't want to.
Actually, that road, that issue that came up, this doesn't apply to that. It wouldn't solve that issue.
Well, Blackjack, yeah, but what I'm saying is, well, here's my point. I think we have two things going on here. Number one is future development that could contribute to the problem. But I asked if we had done any engineering studies or evaluations in the Regent Park area. Have we hired an engineering consultant to look for ways to mitigate, identify the choke points, the constriction points, watershed opportunities? And to my knowledge and what was shared to me, that has not been done. I would suggest that council ask staff to hire an engineer in these areas that are in floodplains or flood prone, and study the areas and figure out what we need to do with the creeks, whether it's Stony Creek, Fishing Creek, whatever the creeks are, whatever initiatives we can take to help mitigate this problem. Maybe we need to identify what those are. We're not going to like the price tag, but that's another issue, to figure out how you're going to pay for it. But if we're concerned about the flooding, we need to deal with the issue, and that's mitigation. So I would encourage this council to ask staff to hire an engineering firm to help us identify how we mitigate this issue.
So are we okay with putting a moratorium on those affected properties while we do that study? Because you got people right now that are wanting to develop adjacent to these properties. I mean, first of all, I think the county's been very proactive in suggesting this and even looking at this, and the fact that we've gotten here tonight with what I think is a great plan. I'm not on the level that you're wanting to hire, obviously, but I think that it does a lot, and it's just a very few parcels that we're even talking about. But, you know, development changes the landscape of period, changes the landscape. And when you have something that's in a floodplain, this is almost like having a small area plan for those properties that are in a floodplain. And because the cumulative effect of continuing to build beside or within that floodplain is what's gotten us here. I mean, if you just look at I mean, a lot more than Regent Park, and everything, you know, everybody wants to talk about Regent Park, and it's okay for Regent Park, but there are other areas that adjacent to TK that have the same issue. So if we are, if we're looking to really be proactive, you know, this is for the properties that haven't been built out yet. So I'm okay with hiring somebody and looking at that and delving into this. But in the meantime, we need a moratorium in place or something that protects us from those those properties being sold and developed while we're doing that.
So two things right quick. I think it was stated it's uncommon to build in a floodplain. You build in a floodplain because you probably purchased the land cheaper than you would have purchased other land. So that's why some people built in a floodplain, which is not recommended. Number two, it was shared with me that the cost to hire an engineer to complete a study for the Regent Park area, and I think $2,000 is low, but maybe $15,000. So we're not talking about $100,000, $200,000 for a study. And I think we owe it to the communities that are affected by it, as we saw in the pictures, to hire an engineer to complete that type of study and tell us what we could do, and then we'll figure out what it's going to cost to do it and figure out if we're even willing to pay to help mitigate this issue.
But are you willing to do something to stop anything from happening, to halt anything from happening while we're doing that?
I'm just saying I think that's the lesser issue.
Let's ask the question. I
Well,
mean,
it's
in this
part of it.
particular area, so we're talking about two different things. We have the immediate issue that has been kind of brought this to the forefront, which is the Regent Park issue. I heard your answer to the question from Mr. Audette. Is there a way to concentrate this to Regent Park? And it sounds like, at first I thought there was no, but it sounds like there is.
As it's currently written, no, we'd have to substantially rewrite this ordinance.
That's my question. Can you change it to narrowly tailor it to this area so that we can get our arms around kind of an existing problem first? Can we do that?
Yes, we'd probably have to start over at first reading again so that the title matches the text. But yeah, we could look at doing that.
So you're okay?
If I could maybe just clarify, what we're discussing right now is the ordinance that would apply these standards within a FEMA identified flood zone.
Correct.
So that's all we're talking about presently.
Yes, sir.
So I think you either adopt this ordinance to apply to all FEMA flood zones countywide, or you don't.
Well, I think what I'm hearing council say, and it's been 4 months since we had the last workshop, is that what this current ordinance does is we already have an ordinance that abides by the FEMA standards. What's being requested is that we expand the requirements so that it's not just FEMA standards, because that is currently in place. What's being requested of us is that we create heightened requirements on the FEMA floodplains. And so that impact, as I understand it, originally there was a question, what does this impact? Well, it impacts the entire county. Anywhere where there's an existing floodplain, it would impact the entire county. So this is pretty massive undertaking on number one. What I thought I heard council say is, look, we've got to address these, and originally we're told you can't just concentrate it in that area. But, I mean, even questions like, I think this could be a very long discussion that we have to have, is that this applies to parcels that lie wholly or partially within there, which is a little bit broader than what we currently have. I don't think anyone on this council is opposed to us trying to prevent problems that went forward. It's how do we capture this right now? And I do think that if there's a way for us to and I guess let me ask council, are we willing to do the studies? My understanding is staff's already looking into this, to take a look closely at the Regent Park area. You guys are already putting in some efforts to get a study on that,
We're
or
trying
to
to
get the cost on that?
A quote, yes.
Okay.
So why, I don't know the answer to this. I'm just curious, why are we only focusing on Regent Park? Why are we not looking at the other areas? Rock Hill has identified areas within the city that we are adjacent to. I just want to know from those who seem to be opposed to putting this in place, what is the reason for that?
Well, let me say one thing, is that, you know, when you look at a situation, as I mentioned earlier, where you've got existing property that hasn't been developed above you, okay? I can see the value of this. But if you're living in an area where you've got one development above another development, but all of it's built out and it's still flooding, okay, then you get labeled into a flood zone. There's no teeth in this to really hold the upper development accountable. Zero. But all you're going to do, though, is you're going to put additional requirements on the homes that are downstream. This is
not for the ones that are already built. This is for the new ones coming.
It's for the additional homes that are in that flood zone or properties on it would be impacted.
If you lived in one of those houses and you got water up this high, and there's a proposed development adjacent to you, you would want this to be in place. The existing residents would want this to be in place.
Not if the issue's not going to be fixed.
That's right.
Not if the issue's not going to be fixed.
Well, so we're just going to keep adding to it. We're not going to fix the existing issue. We're going to keep allowing the same problem.
That's what I'm saying. You need to look, if Regent Park's a good example where you could come up with a plan. But
That's
this
two
one shoe
separate
doesn't
things.
fit all.
That's separate.
Ellen,
I think we do
let me
have-
weigh in.
Go ahead,
Since
Ms.
it's my
Conger.
community. Okay, Jonathan, I have a couple of questions. How many FEMA areas are in the county? I know that we have those 3 little areas. Your mapping takes it much broader, but the FEMA is just a very small amount. So besides Regent Park, put that aside, how many more FEMA areas do we have in the county?
So they're largely going to be around the large flowing water bodies, as you would expect, and low-lying areas. I don't know, Mark, did you want to take a stab at trying to expand upon that answer? I know they are countywide, but they are largely around those existing large flowing water bodies.
Yeah, and that's correct. It's wherever you have a large, like the Catawba River definitely has one. Even Lake Wiley's got a bathtub ring around it and so forth.
I mean, is it 10 areas?
It's more than that. It's more than that. It's wherever you have a large flowing, river, stream, creek, and so forth. That and by the federal government standards and so forth, FEMA has already mapped those areas, those major watersheds, to reflect those. Now they end in areas. They can only go so far and they end at the last, 1 square mile and so forth of a watershed, because at that point, so forth, the tributaries are so small.
Okay, so these
So
areas
it
that,
extends across the county and so forth.
okay, so these areas, are they prone for development? Or are they just near large bodies of water and like no development really is gonna go in there? I mean, are these areas truly going, you feel like going, or able to be developed?
Well, under our current ordinance, they can be developed, and they can be filled with fill material and so forth. Structures can be built in them. They have to meet the current ordinance standards and so forth. But if they want to put fill in, then they're eligible to increase the flood elevation, of up to 1 foot without having to file the FEMA letters of map information.
Okay.
So those are. So that's what the current standards are right now, these current minimum standards that FEMA has now.
So, make no bones about it, I'm for Regent Park, but I do, my heart goes out to any area in the county that is experience what we're experiencing in Regent Park. I mean, can we get a map of those other FEMA areas? Would
Yes.
y'all like to not see what areas
I
maybe are
requested that.
affected in your?
Yeah, and I actually have a map that will probably speak pretty well to that for the second ordinance. And I can share that with you now if that's helpful to the discussion.
Well, okay, so in the meantime, I'm gonna make a couple of notes here. Okay, the gentleman that spoke, that you saw his house underwater, and that house has been underwater 3 times. I just want to make a note, he forgot to mention this, but it's very important that the 2 people that owned that house prior to him did not have flood insurance. But when he bought the house, he got flood insurance. His flood insurance cost him $600, and that flooding that occurred, the picture that you saw, his, the damage to his house was $200,000. That's what he's replacing today. They're working on it as we speak. So for $600, that was a good thing he did. But that was a good value for him, and it was his choice. He was not made to buy that insurance. It was his choice to do that, because guess what? He has common sense. The house flooded twice before, and he bought it. He said, oh, I'm going to get flood insurance. Okay, so the other point I wanted to make is when you're talking about the 2 foot, where they have to build up 2 feet for the flooding. Okay, so another gentleman spoke to his home that he built in 2020. His brother-in-law, who is an international so-and-so, he has a big title, called him up and said, make sure your builder builds your home up 2 feet above the flood level. Okay, the creek is in his backyard that floods houses. In fact, that same creek is the one that flooded the house that's been flooded 3 times, that same creek. Okay, so guess what? His house didn't flood because in 2020, his brother-in-law told him to build his house up 2 feet. So what they're saying on this ordinance is true because it worked for that guy. In 2020, it worked for him. So that is an important point I'm trying to make within that ordinance, that is a good thing to have in the ordinance for the whole county, for everybody. So there are good things in that ordinance, and I don't think we should just throw it, the baby out with the bathwater or whatever, on that ordinance.
I think we're labeling, I think some people feel like we're labeling people as being in a floodplain. Listen, they're in the floodplain, and FEMA already knows it. We're not adding to that. We're not saying, okay, now, person, X, Y, and Z over here is now in the FEMA floodplain. They're already in it.
Yeah,
And
his brother
so
told him
in your
in
mind,
2020, you're in a floodplain.
If you are feeling like you're labeling people and putting something in place that makes things worse for them, it's actually what we're trying to do is make things better for them. Because in Regent Park, one example is that neighborhood that is flooding, That didn't flood before that development was there. It didn't flood before that landscape was changed. And now there's a developer looking at the adjacent property to them, and if they don't have something in place, and I'm still not just speaking for Regent Park, but if they don't have something in place that doesn't stop the cumulative impact of another developer there, it only gets worse. So this doesn't go back and fix anything. It's kind of like the traffic on Highway 49. I've talked about Lake Wiley too much tonight. But you know what? People say, what are you going to do about the traffic? I can't do anything about the traffic that's existing, but maybe we can do something that limits it going forward. That's how this works. That's exactly how this works. And if you fail to see that tonight, it's very important because you're going to vote no on this before you've even heard from the people that are going to fill these seats up at the public hearing. So it's a big concern. It's a very big concern of mine.
But I don't think anybody's here to say, this is an open-ended discussion. I think it needs to go to a workshop. There's too much here.
We've
There's too much
already
here.
workshopped this.
If you're only talking about properties that aren't developed, okay, and you're applying that onto there, I get it. Okay, you got land, the developer wants to come in and want to develop, I get it.
That's what this is.
But it is not, because you also are incorporating homes that are existing.
No, you're not, Tom.
You are.
Yeah, you are. Anybody that wants to build, and I guess this is the map of the existing.
That wants to build.
FEMA floodplains.
Yeah, so depicted here, the areas in purple are the existing FEMA floodplain that our floodplain management chapter currently regulates.
And will the blue now, is that the blue will?
So ignore the blue, if you will, for the purposes of this discussion, because that's inundation zones. It's not the same thing, but much of the blue is also overlaid with purple.
So truly the purple is the thing.
Correct.
But the ordinance makes changes to the blue as well.
Those are streams.
The second ordinance does.
The second ordinance covers that.
Madam
So,
Chair.
can I just say one
Go right
thing?
ahead.
Here are the
We're here all
things
night.
that I think, like with this particular issue, I think when folks buy property, and a lot of property owners, farmers, people who have homes and residences already on, they understand that when they are in a floodplain that they have to abide by FEMA floodplain standards. The question is, when you increase those standards, how does that impact them, and how do we let all of the folks know how to address that, and how do we capture that? Because my understanding is when I ask the question, does the city of Rock Hill, which obviously impacts my district, do they adopt these heightened standards? We don't know the answer to that question. So if you add on these development requirements on everybody in the unincorporated area, but they don't have to do it in the city, and it's costing them more because they now have to hire folks to come in and certify that this doesn't impact the floodplain, then what you're doing is you're pushing people to the city of Rock Hill to do their development instead of here, and it's not a cohesive approach for everybody in the county. So it does have a tremendous impact. And I don't think anybody on this council is opposed to us looking at things and trying to get ahead of a problem. But when I have folks sign up and they're saying Regent Park ordinance, everybody who came out here thinks they're talking about a Regent Park ordinance and how do we fix Regent Park. Then we've got two issues. We've got one issue that it might be nice, let's take this one, let's take the bull by the horns and let's address this one in the best way possible, which will set a standard for the rest and not create such a problem. I think that's kind of the mindset that I'm trying to look at. Mr. Brady.
When you mention if we do this, it's gonna push people from the unincorporated into the city, I don't think that's a truly accurate statement, because it only applies to people who are in the floodplain areas anyway. It's not
No,
gonna-
my point was if you increase the development standards beyond what FEMA requires, and it's more than what our surrounding municipalities do, and we're not in lockstep, then it will cost more to develop it, and it can cause an issue there.
But we're talking about doing something that's inside the floodplain areas. I agree with Watts. If we can pass all the language that we want, it's not gonna change not one of those pictures we put up on the screen. I get it that if we pass something, we're trying to lessen the impact going forward of that getting worse. But that's already at a high level of bad. If we're not gonna reduce that by getting something in place to, hey, what can we do to keep this from being such a huge impact? we're just passing language for the feel good. We can vote on it. But as soon as we have another heavy rain in 2025, we're gonna see those same pictures at the same flood levels. My question that I wrote down about 30 minutes ago was that if someone increases the bill process by 2 feet, now they have to go over here and somewhat mitigate that level and give that water somewhere else to go. Am I saying that correctly?
That'd be correct.
How can we hold them responsible to do that if it's not on their property?
It is on their property.
So if I increase the level 2 feet here, I'm gonna have to do something on my own property?
And that's the idea. There's no adverse impact by the use of things like compensatory storage and measures like that can help to mitigate that.
Do we know property's gonna have that extra capacity to go over and mitigate on the property owner's own property?
And that would be the role of the developer's engineer to look at that. I mean, there's a myriad of different types of properties and their configuration. It's not a one case and it fits every.
Now one thing, I have this quick question. I know we got some more to get to. So once we put this in place, we vote this in tonight, and it's gonna affect people, obviously, like Ms. Cox said, outside of this area. Are we impacting, have we looked at how this is gonna impact their insurance or their flood insurance? Are they gonna be able to, because we're not changing the floodplain areas, correct?
That's correct.
This is more of a notification, hey, like, you may want to consider
Right,
getting
and-
flood insurance if we do this. It's gonna kind of expand out a little more for people to consider getting flood insurance, who otherwise may not have it now. Is that kind of, is my thinking?
Well, the current FEMA maps have been adopted since they first rolled out as early as like 2007 and even before that. And so they've been around for a long time and so forth. And so these people who do have properties, they have a structure which is located in a FEMA special flood hazard area, they're already aware of that. So, and those that have chosen to buy flood insurance and so forth, and we can't force people to buy flood insurance, even in a FEMA. But if the situation that comes out, when you mentioned I want to touch on the mentioning of this, maybe pushing people towards the other jurisdictions, Rock Hill and so forth, that these flood hazard areas, that when they have I've kind of lost my train of thought here and so forth, but
Pushing people to Rock Hill, about pushing people to Rock Hill.
yes.
Well, let me say this, and maybe it'll come back to you. I'm over 50, so I'm starting to lose that same track too. So,
We've noticed.
so maybe lose my train of thought. Get y'all
I'm
getting
sorry.
okay. So so let me say this.
I still got a year
Since
to
we've
go.
been talking about this, have we done anything to notify people who are in the existing areas to kind of reiterate, just want to remind you that, hey, you're in a FEMA area, you may have forgot, you may have been living here for a while, you may not have had an issue the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years, but hey, here's a little reminder. I think that will help us protect people also.
And we do that already.
Okay.
And we've been doing that for a number of years, and that's part of our CRS rating to get our score up as high as it is. We have to notify people who are located, who have properties that are at risk in these special flood hazard areas. So we do send out cards and so forth.
Have we sent something out to them to tell them we're going to increase the requirements?
No, we have not.
Okay, is that a way to do, is there a way to do that so that they are informed at least before we do that step?
There's nobody to send that, haven't been built yet.
He just, no, he said no, it's everybody who's in the floodplain.
Yeah, it's everybody.
Yeah, but
They've been
this is to
notified.
people that haven't, this is for people that have, this has not, these are for things that haven't been built yet. Is that not
No,
right?
but it's property owners. I mean, there are farmers and anybody who owns any property, have they been notified that we're changing the standard?
And that actually, yeah, and so we do have the ability to do that, and that's something we can do to
Okay.
notify people who already exist, they already have a structure, already have a residence inside a special flood hazard. And that kind of got me back to my train of thought and so forth I was thinking about.
I told you it would work.
Yes, and we'll eventually get to that. But the current ordinance right now already has those requirements that people have to meet, or if they have to,
if they're gonna wanna build something or remodel their home or something like that, they have to meet the current standards under our current ordinance, and that freeboard requirement's already there, and that means you want to get the bottom of your first floor at least 2 foot above the base floor elevation. You want to get the air conditioning unit up. These are critical components that if they were to get wet, get inundated with flood, they're expensive to replace and so forth. And that's the whole idea of the flood insurance, is to kind of bring down flood payouts and so forth, these insurance payouts, and so that's one of the requirements. We've already adopted those on the previous ordinance. Now, if we were to increase these standards with higher standards, an existing homeowner and so forth is not going to see any impact to that when it comes to what's going to go. It would only happen if they did have a flood and they had flood damage, and then they have to do some type of repair and so forth. At that point, then they would have to meet the higher standards than what they are right now.
But an existing homeowner in any of those areas would, under these new changes, would have to seek there would be additional cost for them to add on to their existing
Right.
property, and it may have some limitations on that.
Now,
That's what I'm saying. Is there a way to notify them that these are changes are being made, so at least they have the opportunity to speak out?
Yeah, and Mark too, weren't the standards always 10-year floods, 10-year before? Like you'd be 2 feet above a 10-year flood?
It's 2 foot above the 100-year flood.
2 feet above, but this is a higher standard though, isn't this, because weren't we 2 feet above 10-year flood before?
I don't think it's always been the 100-year flood elevation. That's what's been established by FEMA going back ever since they started.
But counties though, requirement, I thought county was 2 feet above 10-year.
What we do, the freeboard is 2 foot above the 100-year. And it's always been the 100-year under the FEMA regulations.
Okay.
Now, one of the things that this new adverse impact was going to extend horizontally out beyond the existing floodplain and so forth, and that's where that freeboard requirement comes into place. And the new change would be, instead of critical development being at 2 foot, we would hold that at a higher 3 foot.
So it's going to raise it 2 feet higher than the existing standard.
Correct.
So,
Now,
go ahead.
I was going to go back again to I think it's very important to note that homeowner and so forth, even under our current ordinance, if they have damage to their house and so forth, there's standards and regulations established by FEMA and so forth said once you've met at least the 50% payout or the replacement cost for your structure, you automatically have to bring your entire structure up and meet the code. And that's always been a FEMA requirement. That's what we've always had adopted right now. And that doesn't change in this no adverse impact.
Excuse me. So I think though that, again, the concern I have is the people that, I get it with in any existing property that hasn't been developed, and I can see where the value downstream is a big impact. But the concern I have is existing areas where they've already been built out, but they're in a floodplain. So now if this overlay is going in, you're impacting homes, but there's no fixing of the issue here. You're just applying different, higher requirements on homes that are kind of in a trap or in a zone where the issue will really never be resolved, because there's no accountability for the upstream developments to manage what they're doing, or bring them up to a higher standard in this language, at least from what I'm saying. So, I mean, I get it for Regent Park, but again, that's why my concern is that I think this is a big impact to York, and I think we had to take it and one area at a time, which would be Regent Park. We can use it as a place to study and make sure, see if it does work for that area. That would be my take on how we can manage this moving forward.
So you would agree to a small area plan of this for
Small
Regent
area
Park?
plan. Yeah, with Regent Park.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I don't know, we need a small area plan if what we could do is focus on.
She needs a small area plan anyway.
Well, she needs the Regent Park issue addressed. It seems like the folks in Regent Park are the ones who've been given most of the information. if they can change this and tweak both of these ordinances to address that issue, and then we can take the broader issue. I don't think we do away with the broader issue, but this is the one that's currently kind of prompting all of this discussion. These are the only people that have been notified and had community meetings are the ones in Regent Park, am I right?
Correct, correct. And that was at the request of council, that we meet with the Regent Park folks.
Right, at the last time.
We shouldn't leave here tonight and not have something in place for Regent Park.
I think that's what we're working towards here.
Well,
We don't, did you want, Mr. Atkins?
well, I mean, I was just wondering, especially in Regent Park area, has the county or anyone ever looked at routes of excavation to get the water out quicker? Which would impact anyone being able to build anywhere in certain areas. But I mean, you know, New Orleans got levees, they dotted up. I mean, there's something, if you ain't trying to figure out, them houses still gonna flood Wednesday, Friday and Saturday.
Well, don't talk about
If we
that.
don't figure out a way
Hush.
to stop it.
What
That's
about-
really what we need
how
to
about
be
we do
talking
this?
about, 'cause
Okay, so the
that's the issue
engineer-
we need to be mitigating. That,
Yeah.
to me, that's the focus. This
Exactly,
ordinance is
yeah.
not the focus right now. It's
Well,
important. I
that
don't disagree
along
with the
with-
ordinance
I mean,
necessarily.
between levees in certain places or re-dredging, I mean, to get the water out there, wherever the mistakes were made, get
Yes.
the water out there.
Well,
Yes.
we estimated the things that we have talked about working on in Regent Park would take with the county, doing their thing, anywhere from 3 to 5 years. So a moratorium
On
would
building?
be prudent
A moratorium on building?
In Regent Park.
in Regent
Only 3
Park
parcels left.
to work on our flooding issue. The county has their piece, the HOA has their piece, and they are not fast movers. Sorry, HOA. And then there's some community folks who own property that they have some issues also. We have to bring in the railroad, which is another whole issue in Regent Park, that it is a natural dam area in the middle of Regent Park. Mark has been in touch with the railroad. They're willing to talk, you know, with the county, and that's not gonna be a fast fix. So we're talking probably 3 to 5 years, but if we can get a plan in place, the residents of Regent Park are gonna be thrilled, because the county has done nothing so far to help them. And now it looks like to Regent Park residents that we are willing to now try to come up with a plan.
Jonathan, can you share with us, assuming, how long will it take to get feedback on how much a study will cost?
I believe we're awaiting that quote. It would have to be budgeted for in the upcoming budget cycle.
And could we, a moratorium is not currently on the table. That's something that requires a totally different analysis. So we can't address that tonight, but what we could do is potentially, what I heard Mr. Audette suggest was that we tailor this motion to the Regent Park, at least for purposes of now. I understand that you think we need a first reading, but can we just make a motion to approve to contain its expanse to the Regent Park area? Is that something we could do on first reading so that we can make progress on this and continue the discussion on this?
Yes, you can. Make the amendment to tailor it to Regent Park.
And that doesn't foreclose us from continuing this discussion, this broader discussion, but at least this addresses that on the table.
Well, it was just mentioned that the study may be $15,000, it could be more, but why would we wait until next budget year? Can we not find money in the budget currently to allocate to this important?
County manager can do that. It's under
Yeah.
30,000.
Can we ramp that up?
If I may, I would like to also point out that in the Regent Park community and so forth, there's very little special flood hazard, FEMA flood hazard area. What we were talking about and so forth has to do with the mapping component, the county's mapping of a flood-prone area and so forth. Now that right there would be probably in my mind, so forth, the focus of what you're looking at and so forth. Now,
So
Because the current ordinance right now, or the current provision that's before you right now, which is the no adverse impact, that applies solely to FEMA flood map area, and there's very little of it within that Regent Park community.
how much undeveloped land are we talking about in Regent Park, since we're focusing on Regent Park?
I don't have that
So
information.
if I could expand and in part answer that. So here's a photo of Regent Park. The area in red is the FEMA floodplain. So if we were to tailor this ordinance to apply only to the FEMA floodplain in the Regent Park area, it would really just be limited to, I don't know if I've got a pointer on this, apparently I don't, just be limited to that small section of red adjacent to the railroad. That's about the extent of applicability that would be in that ordinance.
But Jonathan, I know we have the next agenda item to adopt the map as well. You could also apply it to that mapped area that we've done that exceeds the FEMA.
Yes, and so that would be this area in orange. If you adopted additional mapping that was done with the Regent Park flood mapping in tandem with applying the changes to the no adverse impact approach, it would apply to the areas in orange as well. But you can see there's not a lot of undeveloped property that would apply to. So there are some. You could see that there's a small lake. There was a property that was before this body for rezoning a couple months back that has some of that channel to the rear of that property. But other than that one, this area is largely built out.
So why don't, can we have a motion to contain this to Regent Park and for this motion and for the next? And then council can wait and deal with the bigger question sometime soon, but at a minimum, all those folks need to be notified before they need to at least have the opportunity to know that the standards are going to be changing. Regent Park folks have been given that courtesy. So we can, do you want to?
Okay, I'll try to make that motion. Okay, so currently, we're going to make this motion for Regent Park to, for the no impact, adverse impact plan.
To approve first reading.
Yes.
To apply to the Regent Park area.
Second.
And then for the second reading,
No, that would be
You can include, and to include, go ahead and include the mapping.
She's talking about
for
this.
Regent
We have
Park.
to do that
go to
separately.
that
Has to be
one.
separate.
Okay.
That's just
Yeah.
for this one.
yeah,
Yep.
okay,
Yep. So
yes.
we have a motion and a second.
So
Any-
what are we about to vote on?
We're going to restrict this to Regent Park right now because that's the most important issue on the table, and we're going to revisit the others when council has an opportunity to, let's workshop that again, and then at a minimum, we've said that those folks need to be notified. The other folks have not been notified. So this will help us move forward with Regent Park and get some, make some headway on that.
So we're only talking about floodplain areas. that
That's the
are-
only
that are
thing
yet
that's-
to be developed.
The ordinance that's on the table, yeah, look,
So any vacant land in the floodplain area
in that
may not
specific
be able
area.
to be developed unless they build it up and create the,
That these additional conditions would apply to that area.
as,
Well-
yeah.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Let me read this next one. Council to consider first reading of an ordinance to amend the York County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 151, flood damage prevention, to adopt the Regent Park flood study and accompanying maps, to adopt the City of Rock Hills flood-prone streets and area maps, to adopt the South Carolina Dam Safety Program Foundation inundation maps, to provide for public hearing, and to provide for other matters related thereto.
So this one's a little more straightforward. This ordinance does not expand the FEMA floodplain here again, and it does not require anyone to purchase flood insurance. What it does do is expand the applicability of the existing flood damage prevention ordinance. So you can see there, we've already have the FEMA flood insurance study. This would add the Regent Park flood study, the flood-prone area mapping that was done by the City of Rock Hill, and the South Carolina dam breach analysis done with inundation zones. So here's that existing FEMA map for Regent Park there in red. This is the area that we have had mapped. So that's the areas in orange. So you can see flood-prone areas extend beyond what FEMA has mapped, and that's true across the county, not just in Regent Park. So we did ask some of the folks in the Regent Park area. We provided survey questions to them, and this is the feedback that we received. So you can see across the board there is concern that local flooding can cause damage to their home. There is a concern demonstrated. So should have said that the dark blue is somewhat concerned. The green there is very concerned. The yellow is not very concerned. And then the bottom, the light blue, is not at all concerned. The second question was, how concerned are you that new local development may increase the likelihood of flooding events? So people have a concern there. How concerned are you that regulating the existing flood-prone areas could have an impact on the value of your home? People are very concerned about that as well, understandable. And then lastly, if you learned your home is located in a flood-prone area, how likely are you to purchase flood insurance? A lot of folks said very likely or somewhat likely to that question also. So the reason I bring that up is because a lot of real estate companies, and the example here is Realtor.com, they do their own mapping. They're doing their own due diligence on behalf of their customers, both selling and buying. So you can see here at Regent Park that their mapping that they've done through a third party called Risk Factor is showing more flood-prone areas than FEMA and our study. So a lot of the risk is already being analyzed by the market above and beyond what both federal and local governments are mapping. So here's an example from GIS of the Rock Hill flood-prone areas. I know it's a little bit difficult to see on this map, but the hatching there is the city of Rock Hill, and the red is the FEMA flood mapped areas. The orange is what the city has mapped as flood-prone areas. So this is an example of an area which is unincorporated, but the city has mapped. But by and large, the vast majority of what the city has mapped is within their jurisdiction. And lastly, this is the South Carolina Dam Safety Inundation Zones. So you can see all the little dots there. Those are all the regulated dams regulated by the state. The H's in red are the high-risk dams, what they assess as high risk, and then it drops down from there. So what this is showing is if any of these dams were to fail, the blue is where the water is going to go. And if we're talking about dam failure, we're not talking about over a course of hours, water creeping up. We're talking about a gush, a wave crashing through an area. So a lot of the inundation zones are going to be areas already adjacent or in the FEMA floodplain areas. So that's where the blue is overlaid on top of the purple. Where we have areas that would be impacted by adopting this map to be regulated by our flood damage prevention ordinance is areas that are downstream of a dam that are not currently in the FEMA floodplain. So I have an inset example in the bottom left corner there. You can see there is a small lake there. There's a high-risk dam that's blocking that water. If that dam were to fail, the outline in blue is where that water would go on its way to the floodplain. So all of that property along the path of that water is currently unprotected by our ordinance, and people are free to build structures at any elevation that they choose there. So this would seek to help prevent damage from being caused by a dam failure.
Ms. Roddy?
One quick question. Is there anywhere close to, is any of this mapping anywhere close to the Rambo Road situation that we talked about earlier in my district?
For the inundation maps for the dams? Or you're talking about overall?
Overall.
So
Does any of it come close to us?
So there are FEMA floodplain areas in the vicinity of Rambo Road, not encumbering the property that's the subject of the rezoning, but it is in the vicinity to the west and to the south, FEMA floodplain areas. The city has not mapped any of that area as being
Well,
flood prone.
Why would the city map it if it's in?
Well, as I said earlier, they have mapped some areas that are unincorporated, but they're focusing more on donut holes and areas in between arms of the city.
I guess I had the same question earlier before the meeting, and I wanted to know, none of the FEMA and none of these ordinances that we're looking at would improve or have an impact on the parcel that we looked at today.
Correct.
Okay. Any other, you have a motion?
I move that the first reading be approved with the following amendment. Paragraphs 151.04C and D are to be deleted such that the only new mapping to be adopted by Chapter 151 is the Regent Park flood study dated February 27th, 2023.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Move now to item number 4, council to authorize the coroner's office to apply for and accept, if awarded, a grant for a part-time evidence technician through the 2024 Paul Coverdell Forensic Science Improvements Grant solicitation.
Madam Chair, who seconded that motion?
I did.
Bill Ashton. You all?
Motion to deny.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to deny. Do we have any discussion?
I'll jump in first. I've seen over the years from various departments, grants come along, they're asked for, hey, we just want to get this person, we have a 6-month grant, we have a 1-year grant, whatever the case may be. And every time, 9 times out of 10 or 9.9 times out of 10, that translates into an automatic full-time position. And I think if we're gonna, we gotta draw the line somewhere, and if we need to have a serious conversation that when we do this, that it's not leading into a full-time position, that we can hold the line, and it just be for whatever time frame that grant covers. Or we have the conversation, hey, this is a great segue to growing our staff, bringing more people on board, because one way or another, it's gonna come up, I need this person full-time, or there's a need for this person full-time. So I don't wanna get backdoor. I know we got budget talks coming up here real soon. And if we go down this road, I think it always lends itself to us feeling like we have to approve that person coming on board in a full-time permanent capacity. So that's why I have the reservations of doing it, because I've seen it happen down the road so many times, and I don't want to feel pressured into, hey, we've had this person for, whether it's a 6-month grant or 1 year, then it's automatic. We're now into a new salary, we're into benefits, we're into everything that comes with hiring this person, and it comes outside of the budget conversation. So if we're gonna do this, I like to have it during budget time, and if the grant's available now, budget time is right around the corner, probably another month or so away. Let's have that conversation, that if we do this, we expect to bring this person on full-time.
My
Any
point
other-
exactly.
Any other discussion?
I would just say, I would think it would be important to understand the staffing needs of the coroner's office. And I'm not sure, does anyone understand the staffing needs? Do you know for sure what the staffing needs are of the coroner's office? I don't think I do.
Do you know that, Kevin? Have you seen their budget?
One of the
budgeting?
first things we checked was to see if this was a position that was requesting the upcoming budget, and it was not. That's why management's recommendation was to deny, primarily driven by that.
Sure, I'm just saying, do we know and understand the staffing needs, the current and the future staffing needs of the office?
They present that.
I think it would be important.
They
to
present
know.
that with their budget.
Yeah,
They'll present that
it'd
to
be
us.
important to know.
If we deny this now, how long would this grant be available to them? If we do have that conversation and we do say, hey, this is something we want to transition into.
This grant was for 1 fiscal year, starting July 1st,
I think the deadline was,
March 15th.
so
Okay.
they lose the opportunity to apply for it.
And to
if
further
they don't,
answer Mr. Huckabee's question, you know, every year we've handed you all a spreadsheet, we do analysis of other comparable counties, the staffing levels for the coroner's office, and where we're at to make sure we're in line and we feel comfortable with the recommendation to approve or deny any requested positions. Giving you that chart last year, we'll have the same information again this year updated. And we'll look at the DHEC deaths as well for the county.
I guess my question would be, is there, just saying no today, preclude them from applying? And if they apply and get it, is that something we can reject at budget cycle? I share the concerns. I mean, it is concerning to me that you would apply for a position that you didn't identify a need for, and so grant opportunities come up that, you know, for things that you may or may not need, and I have concerns about doing that, especially when the funding leaves after 1 year. That would be the only question. Are there any other?
But is there concern over the type of grant? Is that more of the concern?
I think the fact is that it is a grant in and of itself, and so what you end up having is a temporary funded position that ends up getting, there's been many times where it's resulted in a full-time position.
But that's only if it's approved in the budget.
That was correct.
What do you mean? But the application, I guess the point made, though, is the time to apply for this, it expires.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has a 1-year expiration, so
Right.
it expires automatically. It's, you know, we have to decide whether we're gonna fund it in the budget.
No, you're
The
saying
position.
that it expires if we don't approve accepting it to move forward.
Right, but if we,
Tonight, it expires on the 15th.
right, but if we accept it, it's a July 1 grant that's good through June 31 of next year, or June 30 of next year. And then you don't put it in the budget for 2020.
Then you end up letting
5.
somebody go.
Yeah, well, they're temporary anyway. They're funded through a grant.
But that's the problem. They haven't been terminated at the end of those.
We've been keeping them.
And I think that goes back to understanding the needs of the coroner's office and any other office when they're having a staff request. So I still question, is this more about it being forensic versus a staff position or a future staff position? I don't know. I'm just,
Do we
having
know-
listened over the last year, I'm just commenting for what it's
Yeah.
worth.
Yeah, you may have asked that question, but do we know what this position entails? Is it a technician? Or is that, I'm not clear.
It doesn't really say.
Turn your page at the very top, it's an evidence technician.
Part-time evidence technician, okay, all right. Mm,
I
All
mean,
right.
I recall from the meetings that I had with the coroner's office, 2 or 3 meetings, I know at least 2, that they were short on staff
mhm.
based on what she believed she needed to do the work she needed to do.
Yeah.
But I can't validate that. I'm just repeating what was shared with me as a council member.
Well, if we know it's only a 1-year grant, then it's gonna be on them. I mean, if they really need this person.
But Mr. Audette, to sort of the point I was trying to make earlier, and I must have done a good job of it, this is not a position, we've already had our personnel request submitted for next year's budget.
Okay.
This was not a position that they had asked for the
Oh, there
upcoming year.
wasn't.
It was not, correct.
Right.
Oh, okay.
But maybe they were looking to fund the request through the grant, not through their budget. That would
Call
make
for a
sense,
vote.
right? If you could get a grant to fund a position, you'd rather a grant pay for the position than you fund it out of your budget, right?
What are you saying hadn't been identified as a need?
We don't know that.
So the motion on the table,
I mean, okay.
motion on the table is to deny. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
Motion carries 6-1. Committee and other report, we have to go to number 5. Number 10 in consent was pulled out. Council to provide first reading of an ordinance to amend Chapter 33, Sections 33.070 longevity and 33.071 annual leave of the York County Code of Ordinances to adjust the policies and procedures related to the accrual of longevity allowances and annual leave for county employees so as to prospectively account for qualifying service with federal, state, and local governmental entities and to account for qualifying military service and other qualifying non-governmental service, to specify the measures and basis for the accrual of service time and to provide for other matters related thereto.
Who had this pulled out?
Mr. Audette?
Yeah.
Audette?
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So I'm not quite understanding this right here. How does this where does this pertain to, Kevin? I don't know if, okay, I'm not clear on this ask. Is this coming from staff, or where is this coming?
This came in conjunction from staff with the sheriff and solicitor. This is what sheriff and solicitor had discussed with you previously.
Has this been vetted by a committee?
Yes,
What committee?
finance and operations.
This has come through Finance and Operations
Yes.
Committee?
And what's going on here?
I think
Okay,
the
so-
title might be throwing you, with
Yeah, I
with the
think it
F and O,
is then.
we had the entire ordinance, not just the title. But it is the ordinance that I guess maybe about a month ago, Tom, that came through. You know what I'm talking about now?
Yeah, okay, all right, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, it's the title that threw me on this one.
I understand.
Yeah, sorry
Is this-
about that. Okay.
Is this the one you mentioned to me about,
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
about paying everybody $500,000 a year? Is that it?
No, sir.
No, so, I got it now.
Including council.
Yeah, that we take into
Okay.
consideration people's experience coming
Yes.
on board to
Yes, sir.
calculate.
There's a 2-hour bump from 3 tiers. The county has 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 5. So there's an extra 2 hours coming off each one of those tiers. This was a fallout of comments Mr. Odette made multiple months back in the FNO meeting, as well as the animated power GIS and IT. That sort of got this ball rolling in discussion with the sheriff and solicitor regarding the ability to retain and attract employees. And the sheriff's hope and mindset is that this will help fill some positions and reduces overtime as a current.
Mhm.
So this is primarily the sheriff's request?
The sheriff,
Yeah.
that we discussed with you, Marcus, this is the ordinance that the sheriff changed.
Yeah, I had asked them, you know, what are ways that we can be creative in order to support our sheriff's office? This was a way for them, which would help them, and at the same time, the cost would be mitigated.
Yes.
I'm trying to pull the attachment up. Can somebody explain the $20, the $30, whatever the
No,
categories are?
Year's service.
Right,
When
years of
you're
service, and
0
there's a
to
dollar
10 years
value
service.
associated with each
Mhm.
level of service, right?
No, sir, there's a certain number of vacation hours that you accrue every month. The longevity pay, that's,
The accrual, I can't remember, I didn't write it down, but it was up to, you book 180 hours, or a number of hours. How many hours could you book? What's the max? How many? 360, there we go.
it's the max you can carry. I think when you retire, you can cash out, I think 240 is what you cash at that point. Neither one of those numbers are changing.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Yeah, second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, just real quickly, and I just read this before the meeting. I didn't get home till late last night and was teaching classes at York Tech today, so I didn't get a chance to ask anybody any questions on this. But my opinion is that after COVID, during COVID and after COVID, employers, including York County, if you wanted to keep staff, you have to pay staff because you're competing. You're competing with municipalities, you're competing with private business to keep a staff member. So to me, it seems, and I haven't read through this enough to understand it, to really pass judgment on it. But to me, I think what's most important is we have to properly compensate someone for the work they're doing to keep them. That's, in my opinion today, that's what's most important. If we're trying to celebrate years of service, again, I'm not understanding the $20, and nobody's clarified that for me yet because I haven't asked for clarification. But I think the reward is what you're paying people annually. That's the reward, and that's how you keep them. I'm not saying you shouldn't do something extra, but that's of primary importance. But again, I haven't had a chance to ask questions on this. and I
Kevin, can you put
haven't
together the
researched it.
impact to the county?
I
What that,
I'll get together, and Mr. Hugby, that was in place, that's been in place, that longevity pay, that came into place years and years ago, decades ago, and it's tens of dollars a month, literally, it's not very much, I don't use the word insignificant, but that was already part of the existing ordinance, and that's,
Well,
those amounts, those dollar amounts have not been changed in this.
The other piece is too, I don't know how many of you get buyouts for your vacation or anything else, but I think
we don't
it's.
get any vacation.
Okay, well, I don't know. I just simply have some questions about it, and I did not have time to get answers to my questions before I came in here today. But I think that I don't know what studies would tell you that if it is the norm to bank up to 360 hours that you get a payout on when you retire or leave, or is it use it or lose it? I really don't know. I don't know the answer to that. So there's more packed into this that I don't have answers to because I haven't had a chance to research it myself to know what to ask. So I'm a little concerned because I don't really know what I don't know. And I apologize, I didn't have time to work on this. I was out of town all weekend and I just couldn't do it.
Mr. Huckabee, I'll just to, again, what's happening here does not change anything with the buyout of leave. That was already in place, the 360, 24, those haven't changed, not changing that at all. The longevity pay, it's literally like tens of dollars a month for employees that have been in a certain period of time. That's pre-existing this as well. So the intent of this change in the HR ordinance is to make the retirement a little bit better, a little more competitive. In F&O, the members in F&O, remember we handed out some charts comparisons of other counties, other municipalities in the areas where we're at to make sure we're in line with that, and we are. And, you know, also the addition of comparable service. If you've got equivalent of service, this was the GIS young lady that we hired over there. She had experience that counted. The county was sort of outdated with how they consider that. They weren't counting that towards your vacation time. This picks that up. And again, this was, you know, driven by the sheriff and solicitor with input and support from management as well. Something that we look at as a way that ideally, if we can reduce overtime, will have a positive impact on the budget, but this is not a change in any budget line item. In the areas that you're talking about, I'll be glad to go with you regarding the 360 hours of max accrual and the cash and the payout. Not changing that at all. That's already been in place. This ordinance isn't tweaking that one bit.
So I trust and respect what you're sharing, but what I'm saying is I have not had a chance to read through this and digest it. Therefore, I personally can't vote on this today because I don't understand enough about it yet. And it's not that I don't trust what's being shared. I need to validate it. I need to understand it.
Let me jump in right here. I think most people, including 6 out of 7 up here, probably understand that when you go on a job, you hired on a job, they say, hey, you started out with either 1 week vacation or 2 weeks vacation. And typically, you earn a vacation by years of service. First year, you start out with 1 week. You get your second week after 3 years. You get your third week after 8 years. You get your fourth week after 16. You get your fifth. You know, it grows as you're with time. My understanding of this is if we hire somebody in who has years of service in a particular field, instead of starting them out at the base level, we're able to hire them now or recruit them and say, hey, Tommy, if you come on board, you have experience in this field for 15 years. We'll take that in consideration when giving you vacation time starting out the gate from day one. That's what my understanding of how this works.
Yes, sir, that's part of the recruitment aspect.
I never knew, even sitting up here on council, how we did vacations because it wasn't just something that was kind of relevant to council. That was more on county management, county staff, HR, to deal with those. But the normalcy in the private sector probably was just, you get that time after you've been there for so many years. I've been on my job 26 years. I get 6 weeks vacation. I don't care if I did whatever. I'm getting 6 weeks. I accrued that over 25 years. Everybody who's been there 25 years gets 6 weeks vacation. So that was my level of understanding of what we were changing. Not how many hours you can bank, not how many hours can be bought out at the end. What I didn't know was going on was any impact. You mentioned impact in retirement. What impact? No impact to retirement. Okay, so that's basically it in a nutshell. Staff is looking for the ability to offer a new employee coming in to help with the recruitment process, to be able to offer, whether it's 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, to help with the recruitment. Now, I don't know how we're gonna go back and adjust anybody's time who's currently on staff and give them more time. Is that part of this scenario?
That is considered in this ordinance, and that's part of the ordinance. Like the sheriff's got a person that he wants to put at the 10-year mark, based on the previous service, he hired them at. There's a form going to be completed, give the county manager reviews and approves it, then they get adjusted to that period.
So what about somebody coming over in accounting or planning or any other department? throughout
There's an
the county?
evaluation, similar as when we're hiring
Military
people,
service,
y'all are
school
familiar with
district.
class and copy of pay bands.
So this is not just exclusive to the sheriff department with
Correct,
time
it's
of service?
countywide. Yes, sir,
Okay.
countywide.
Then you're also getting,
All right.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion,
recuse.
all right, motion carries with one recusal. Committee and other reports, Finance and Operations Committee meeting, Chairwoman Allison Love.
Okay, we met today. It was Councilman Audette and Atkins and myself. And we considered applications for service for several boards and commissions. Those are the recommendation for the appointment of Jay Fuss for a first term on the Board of Assessment Appeals for District 1, the recommendation for consideration of the appointment of Rob Cameron to fill an unexpired term, that is District 1 also, vacant seat on the Zoning Board of Appeals. The Catawba Regional Council of Governments, the recommendation for the consideration of the appointment of Charles Williams for a second term, and the recommendation for the consideration of Brent Falconberry to fill the vacant seat. York County Cultural and Heritage Commission, the recommendation for consideration of appointment of Catherine Williams, that's District 7. And the Catawba Regional Workforce Investment Board, the recommendation for consideration of Kevin Taylor for a first term. And finally, the Accommodations Tax Advisory Committee, the recommendation for the consideration of David White for a first term. We got a finance update from Mr. Siegler, and we approved the minutes for the February 5th Finance and Operations Committee meeting, and we also allocated some discretionary funding. That was the allocation of funds from District 3 to Area 2, special, I don't know if that's 2 or 11, Area 2, Area 11, Special Olympics in the amount of $2,000. Committee to, with the allocation of funds from District 5 to Carolina Dive and Rescue, the amount of $6,000. The allocation of funds from District 5 to Carson's Compassion Project in the amount of $2,500, and the allocation of funds from District 5 to Emily's House Nonprofit in the amount of $2,500. That's all.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We do not have any citizen concerns. Do we have any council member new non-agenda comments?
I have one. I just want to remind everybody that the most official St. Patrick's Day Festival in York County will be in Clover on March the 16th from 10 to 4. So we invite y'all over to Clover.
Do we?
Oh, and I
thank
have one more.
everybody for
I got
praying
one.
for Carolyn through her surgery and stuff.
Hope she's doing good. The second thing is the groundbreaking for the property on Cannonball Run now for Clover High School. That is tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. So we invite you to come for that also.
All right, do we have a motion for executive session?
Yes, we've got two items. Personal matter, contractual matter, county manager, and also receipt of legal advice, fire services.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we will move straight into executive session.
All right, mouthful of heard.
We are out of executive session. No action was taken. Do we have any motions?
Yes, move to approve the employment agreement with Joshua Edwards as our York County manager.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Congratulations, Mr.
Welcome
Edwards.
aboard.
Welcome aboard. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion
So
adjourned.
moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned.